Good morning. My name is Barbi Pilvre. I come from Tallinn University and I have been a gender researcher for ages. It is my great honor to open the annual conference on gender equality in research and higher education in Tartu, Gearing Roles. Thank you very much, Estonian Research Council people and conference organizers, for the invitation. Gearing Roles is a 4-year coordination and support action project that brings together European groups of academic and industry professionals to collaborate and exchange knowledge, best practices and lessons learned on designing, implementing and evaluating gender equality plans. It aims to challenge and transform gender roles and identities linked to professional careers and work towards institutional change. When talking about gender and academy, we talk about gender as a focus and dimension in research, but we also talk about gender equality in academy, gender balance in institutions and organizations. It can be a question of diversity, multiple viewpoints and experience, and also justice. It is also sometimes a question of sharing power and resources. The aim of this conference is mutual learning and exchange, getting inspiration from others, to sensitize us about the importance of including gender dimension in research content, and to familiarize us with methodologies and approaches aimed at including the gender dimension in research. Adding gender as a dimension or focus in research gives a more multiple picture of the world. We shall hear today how research can be gender blind and why it is like it. How research has a gender bias that we sometimes do not even notice. How research process can unintentionally include gender stereotypes and how we can avoid them. Gender can be just a variable in data, or the whole research project can focus on gender aspect in some issue or research problem. Gender dimension in research can mean that gender is part of research design and is followed systematically throughout the research process, without necessarily being the main focus of analysis. It is about investigating how gender system and gender relations work in different contexts and intersects with other factors, age, education, region. Gender in academy is about gender differences or similarities, avoiding gender stereotypes or at least being conscious about them. Dear academic community and friends, welcome to the Gearing Roles Conference. There is a Slido program in your use. You can ask questions and there's a code. So the questions will be discussed after we have meetings in Zoom with Raili, Marling and Mathias Nielsen. But now I'll introduce Renno Veinthal, who serves as the Deputy Secretary General of Ministry of Education and Research of Estonia since 2021. He is responsible for the fields of research and development, higher education, vocational education and training policy, skills and qualification policy, adult education and lifelong learning in Estonia. He was the professor of composite materials at the Tallinn University of Technology from 2007 until 2021 and vice rector for research from 2015 until 2020. Please, Renno Veinthal.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you for this kind introduction. It's really a privilege and pleasure to welcome you all colleagues and guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this conference. I'm really delighted to be with you here today. And thank you for the organizers of this conference, Estonian Research Council and European partners as well, for bringing us together to address this important topic. Higher education and research and development are key instruments for empowerment and social change. Universities can be very powerful institutions for promoting all aspects, including gender equality, diversity, and inclusion, not only in the higher education context, but also in society at large. Although some progress has been made, there are still significant differences between men and women on various dimensions. Despite the fact that women do succeed academically, it is more challenging for women to succeed in their future careers, both within and outside academia following their studies. A recent study by the Center for Applied Social Sciences of the University of Tartu, which will also be presented at this conference, shows that as of 2019, more than 63% of those who completed higher education were women. Nevertheless, the proportion of women in senior academic positions remains modest, reaching 26% in 2019. And there are also significant differences between the institutions. Women inventors account for just under 13% of patent applications globally, according to the study made by UK Intellectual Property Office. More than 2/3 of all patents come from all male teams or individual male inventors, and just 6% from individual female inventors. Equal access has not thus far led to equal outcomes in terms of leadership and academic positions. Pay, research and publication in higher education setting. When it comes to compensation, there are wage gaps. Estonian Research Council study reports that the average salary at full-time employment for women in Estonia is 12% lower than that of men. On research performance in 2019, just 28% of the academic professors at the Estonian universities were women, 28%. Moreover, regardless of the growing number of women enrolled in universities, many opt out at the higher levels, which are normally required for a research career. In addition, there is an issue of a gender publication gap, with men publishing on average more articles than women. And when it comes to the actual decisions taken by on various levels, on department level, on faculty level, on a university council level or senate level, then it comes down to these criteria, and it is a challenge. But I personally believe that the institutions do matter, and institutional culture does matter. So the reasons for this disparity, they are rooted in organizational culture and into the structures, in societal norms, as well as our individual decisions. And the work culture that does not allow work, family, and private life to be balanced affects women more than men. And for me, personally, as a father of four, I have to admit the truth. That you know, going back to the daily discussions with my beloved wife, what choices are we going to make? So I admit, on personal level, responsibility has to be taken. And this, in general, leads women to give up academic work and make employment decisions in areas where working conditions better meet these needs. I wouldn't say their needs, but let's say it's some kind of compromise. There are some signs, however, that we are making progress. Over the last 15 years, continuous and cumulative steps have been made to advance gender equality in research and higher education institutions in EU. The launch of the European Union New Research and Innovation Framework Programme, or European Horizon, will bring some important changes in the field. We welcome the change that the institutions wishing to participate in new funding programs must have gender equality plan. With an example of University of Tartu, who has recently implemented the gender equality plan, other Estonian universities will hopefully also follow this example. But much more needs to be done. The issue of gender equality needs public debate and development of guidelines. Our organizations need to see gender equality as a value in their research landscape, integrated into organization and work culture. And although we are moving towards the gender parity in most of the sectors, at the current rate, unfortunately, it won't reach the parity, at least in some domains, like inventing and patenting, until 2070. So it takes a generation. Would that be okay? I'm not sure. For me, at least not. But anyway, if you think on the length of the academic career, which is typically 35 years, then really very decisive steps have to be taken to make faster progress here. In the gender balance is already disturbed in upper secondary school. It is difficult, or rather impossible, to achieve balance in higher education as well. Thus, the problem we need to address to earlier levels of education. The second step is to close the gender gap in academics by breaking stereotypes and encourage women to take up education in science and technology. This will determine the future career paths, and the disparity in STEM-based career roles shall be addressed. Universities will continue to be critical actors for change when it comes to gender equality. Through their teaching, research, and outreach, they can have a transformational impact on society. But universities are also large organizations with thousands of staff, tens of thousands of students, and they should be setting a leading example for other industries by not only creating policies and services that support women advancement, but ensuring these measures are properly documented, promoted, and implemented. For the advancement of our society, ensuring equal opportunities for everyone is important, and clearly we must continue working on these issues. Today's conference serves an important platform. I wish you a fruitful discussion and hope that this conference will yield to next steps towards gender equality. Thank you very much.
Souvenir for you from Estonian Research Council. Thank you very much. So, and we will have now Karin Jaanson, who is an executive director of the Estonian Research Council since 2015, where she is responsible for strategic planning, including science policy and administrative work. Before that, she worked for Deputy Secretary General for Higher Education and Research at the Ministry of Education and Research as an advisor. She has a master's degree in public administration from the University of Georgia, USA, and Master of Arts degree in economics from University of Tartu, Estonia. So please, Karin Jaanson.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Dear participants of Caring Role Project Annual Conference on Gender Equality in Research and Higher Education, Thank you so much for being here today with us. And also, I would like to thank all of those who are behind the computer screens, because I know that so much more people are there than in this room. And I am very pleased to be able to warmly welcome you on behalf of Estonian Research Council. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of those who have worked very hard to make this conference happen. Without you, we wouldn't done this conference, so thank you very much. It has been a long journey to prepare this conference. We planned to hold this conference last November, but had to postpone because of widespread coronavirus. But we would never imagine that the war break out in Europe. But despite of impact it has on everybody in different manner, we still have to continue our work, and we have to stand with Ukraine and have to be in thoughts with Ukraine, who right now fights for freedom and for democracy in this world. Just a year ago, OECD released data about gender equality and summed up that much progress has been made in the campaign for gender equality, like Deputy Secretary said also the same. Yet women still face significant barriers to achievement in the workplace. This is particularly true for researchers. Results from the latest OECD International Survey of Scientific Authors show that women are underrepresented in research careers as they are in many other sectors. On average, across OECD countries, women comprise only around 40% of all researchers, ranging from 23% in Luxembourg to 56% in Lithuania. And they are considerably less likely to be in leadership positions. In Estonia, women comprise 41%, in public sector 51%, and in private sector 28% of all researchers. The Estonian Research Council is the main research funding organization in Estonia, and one of our tasks is to follow that the research carried out with the financial support of the state is done in the best possible way. And in order to understand the gender equality situation in Estonia, we collect and analyze the data, but we also recently commissioned the comprehensive study, Gender Equality in Estonian Research, Current Situation and Ways of Improving. And those results will be presented at today's conference. I can say that situation according to this study in Estonia is pretty good, but much remains to be done to empower female leaders and female researchers. Why gender equality is so important? At the organizational level, diversity provides substance for practical decisions, as different perspectives and opportunities are represented. In addition, I'd like to cite recent Nature editorial. The need to achieve gender equality in research is an acknowledgement that being inclusive pays off. Employees at gender diverse institutions tend to be more satisfied and less likely to leave, and demonstrate better productivity, innovation, and decision-making. So we would have in the future more patents, probably, and inventions from women. So if the global research community wants to have maximum impact, women must be at the table. Because the gender equality in research challenges and their extent varies from country to country and from organization to organization, today's conference is a great opportunity to learn from each other. I hope that today's discussions contribute to awareness raising about gender issues and bring new ideas and solutions how to improve gender equality in research. I wish you all a fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Karin Jaanson. And now we shall have Maria Silvestre, who is professor in the Social and Human Sciences Faculty of University of Deusto, Spain, principal researcher of Deusto Social Values Research Team that represents Spain in the European Values System Group, and a member of the Executive Committee of the EVES, this group. She has been director of the Basque Institute of Women, Emakunde of the Basque government, 2009 until 2012, and currently coordinates the PhD program in human rights at the University of Deusto and coordinates the H2020 Gearing Roles project. So please, Maria Silvestre.
Thank you for the presentation. Good morning. Tere hon mi cost. We are living in a time of strong consecutive crisis, economic, health, and war. And despite having to move forward in a context of great uncertainties, the Green Roads project that we started in 2019 continues to move forward, strengthened, responsible for important advances and achievements despite the difficulties. One of the achievements is to be able to hold this third conference in Estonia, TAR2, in a hybrid way, with an important presence of people from the project. How important are interpersonal relationships and how tired we are already of so many screens. However, the organization of this conference has had to face not only the limitation imposed by coronavirus, but also the fears of the evolution of an unjust war. From here, we call for peace and for the cessation of this and all wars, for the freedom of Ukraine. One of the great lessons of this project, at least for me, is discovering the strength and value of the networks we are able to create. Our project is a network in itself, and another important network is that of the sister projects. Being a member of these networks on a personal level, but above all, on an institutional level, allows us to face the known resistances not only in a accompanied and sorority way, but also in a much more effective and profitable way. I'm sure that this third conference will help us to continue building alliances. Last night at dinner, Eli asked me how I felt at the end of the project, but there are still 9 months left, a full pregnancy, as Lutz said. That they will be months of close inequality measures and evaluation by Radboud University. But above all, they have to be months to think about the future, the sustainability, maintenance, and growth of everything we are building together. I would like to thank the TAG team for organizing this third conference, especially Karin Jaanson, Tarja Meid, and Merily Thompson, and in the beginning, Luna Biluma. And I hope these moments of encounter and exchange will help us to continue moving towards greater equality between women and men in our institutions, from an intersectional perspective that seeks full inclusion and social justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you. And now we will have a Zoom presentation by Mathias Nielsen, who is an associate professor at the Department of Sociology, University of Copenhagen, Denmark. His research focuses on social stratification and diversity in science, including how gender diversity is linked to knowledge outcomes. Nielsen was recently a part of the European Commission's Gendered Innovations 2 expert group and has published numerous papers on the topic of gender diversity in science. So please, Mathias Nielsen.
Thanks so much. Can you hear me? And see me?
Not yet. Yes, now we see you.
Okay, good. Thanks so much to you and the rest of the organizers for the invite. I'm very excited to participate in today's conference, and I've been asked to do a talk about the gender dimension in research. And in my presentation today, I will do three things. Just a second, I'll remove this here. I'll do three things. First, I'll provide a concrete example of the importance of capturing the gender dimension in research. Second, I will introduce the Gendered Innovations Project, which develops practical methods for gender and sex analysis of relevance to a wide span of fields. And third, I'll provide a few examples of how the question of the gender dimension in research relates to the broader question of gender equality in academia. So why is it important to account for the gender dimension in research? Well, the brief answer is that it can lead to new insights that enhance the external validity, I would say, and the precision of scientific research in many areas. And let me highlight a few examples to give you a sense of what this means in practice. In medical research, osteoporosis was traditionally considered a disease of postmenopausal women, an assumption that has shaped its screening, its diagnosis, and its treatment. And considering the gender and sex dimensions of this disease led to a reconceptualization of osteoporosis research to also include a focus on men. And after the age of 75, men actually account for 1/3 of osteoporosis-related hip fractures. So here is one concrete example of the importance of integrating a gender perspective. Understanding health-related physiological, but also behavioral differences between women and men is also crucial in the diagnosis and in the treatment of many other medical conditions. For example, sex differences in how we metabolize drugs as men and women may lead to variations in patients' responses to different types of medication. However, despite knowing this, issues of gender and sex analysis remain sort of largely neglected in a large part of the medical literature. For instance, a famous example would be that 1 out of 10 drugs that were withdrawn from the United States market in between 1997 and 2000, 8 out of 10 of these drugs pose greater health risks for women than for men. And these risks could have been avoided if more attention had been devoted to gender and sex variation when these medical drugs were first tested. So the point here is that by analyzing gender and sex in all stages of the research process, from the initial consideration of problem choice to the development of methods and to the data analysis, by doing so, we can add important dimensions to research. And as I said, despite growing awareness, the lack of attention to sex and gender remains pertinent in many areas of research. And recently, we examined the attention to sex and gender in the clinical trials that were developed on COVID-19. And already early in the pandemic, it became clear that sex and gender differences impacted the incidence of COVID-19 infection and mortality rates. And despite this, only 4% of the more than 4,000 registered COVID-19 trials that we studied in this study, only 4% included an explicit plan to use sex and gender as an analytical variable, so trying to account for sex and gender. And only 8 out of the 45 published pharmacological trials that we went through in a systematic literature review reported sex disaggregated results. So before I continue, let me also emphasize that this gender dimension is not only of critical importance in health and medical related research. Well-known examples of its importance in other areas include the development of the pregnant crash test dummy, the development of more inclusive facial recognition, where we've seen clear sex and gender related biases in the precision and accuracy of technology, taking gender into account in the development of assistive technologies for the elderly, and also in questions of machine translation, where the different sorts of roles that gender play in languages are challenged sometimes in translations and lead to sex and gender biased translations. So you can read more about these illustrative examples and many others on the Gendered Innovations website that's listed here. And this leads me to the second point on the agenda of my talk today, which focuses on the methods we can use to integrate the gender dimension in research. And here I will also focus on the Gendered Innovations Project, which develops practical methods for gender and sex analysis of relevance to a wide span of fields. And generally, you can say that this project has two goals. First, it seeks to develop methods and approaches that enable engineers and scientists more generally to integrate sex, gender, and intersectional analysis into their own research. And second, what's very useful about this website is that it also develops these empirical case studies that help illustrate how the integration of sex and gender and intersectional analysis can lead to new innovation and discoveries in different areas. So if you're not already familiar with the Gendered Innovations Project, I would strongly encourage you to visit the project's website, looking at the link I provided earlier, or just looking up Gendered Innovations in Google, and then it should show up. So in 2019, the European Commission asked Londa Schiebinger, who has developed this Gendered Innovation Project, to put together a team of international experts to promote the integration of sex and gender analysis in the Horizon Europe Framework Program. And I was part of this expert group, and in collaboration with colleagues from around Europe, the US, and Canada, we have in different ways contributed to the policy report that you see here. And in accordance with the core principles of the Gendered Innovations Project, this report tries to develop methodological tools and case studies to support and advance sex and gender analysis in the European research and innovation areas. So in this expert group, I, in collaboration with 3 colleagues, had the task of developing or trying to develop a common methodology framework that can help researchers capture sex and gender in their own work. And the pie charts that you see here, they visualize the core logic of this methodological framework. So our goal basically has been to succinctly summarize key aspects of sex and gender analysis at each stage of the research process, from the initial development and considerations about the problems you want to investigate, to the development of the methodological design, and to the analysis and reporting of results. And one of the central principles, you can say, of the Gendered Innovations Project and of the European project here is that sex and gender analysis needs to be taken into a consideration already from the very beginning of the research project. It's not sufficient to retrofit sex and gender into a project at the end stage. This will rarely lead to anything useful. And as you can see here, we've developed these pie charts for both gender and sex analysis. And these pie charts have primarily been developed as an entry point, I would say, as an entry point into sex and gender analysis for researchers that are less experienced in this domain. And the purpose is to give people that are new to these methods a general overview of the most important questions to consider in each stage of their projects. The most recent report of Gendered Innovations published by the European Commission earlier this year also includes a method on intersectional analysis, which follows the same logic as you just saw here. And in this method, we also offer concrete suggestions on how to make intersectionality an integrated part of the research project. Yeah, just a second. And again, from the initial considerations on how you develop problems to the choice and reporting of results. More importantly, the Gendered Innovations Project includes a number of field and discipline-specific methods that provide more detailed instruction on how to consider sex, gender, and intersectionality in different areas of research. In health and biomedicine, for instance, these field-specific methods include sex and gender analysis in biomedicine and health research, sex analysis in research on tissues and cells, and sex analysis in lab and animal research. And in the domain of information and communication technologies, we cover gender and intersectionality analysis in machine learning and in social robotics. And likewise, we have specific methods in the domains of climate change, urban planning, and innovation. As part of the most recent updates on the Gendered Innovations Project that's been supported by the Commission, we also included a method that tries to outline the state-of-the-art approach for collecting data about sex and gender in surveys. And if you think about it, the usual way of collecting sex and gender in surveys is via the one-step method that is shown to the right here on the screen, shown to the left. The problem about this method to the left here is that it conflates sex and gender, and it leaves no response options for respondents that do not consider themselves to be male or female. Gender researchers are therefore increasingly relying on what we can call the two-step approach to asking about sex and gender in surveys. And this approach asks about sex at birth and gender identity in two separate items in the survey, and in this way includes also more inclusive response options for both the sex category and for the gender identity category. This allows for much more detailed analysis and acknowledge that we cannot reduce gender to a binary category. Finally, let me also highlight a few additional resources that some of you might find useful. In 2009, 3 members of the European Commission's Gendered Innovations Project, Kara Tannenbaum, Robert Ellis, and Londa Schiebinger published a landmark paper in Nature that sort of compellingly outlines the potential for sex and gender analysis to improve the validity of scientific research and also to foster new scientific discoveries. And I think the paper serves as an excellent entry point into the domain of sex and gender analysis. And in addition, I also see the paper as a much needed reference that we can all point to when we need to convince colleagues, university leaders, or project partners about the importance of systematic attention to sex and gender in research. Because if Nature acknowledges the importance of sex and gender analysis, they should too. Those of you working in the areas of health and medicine may also want to check out our recently published paper on gender-related variables for health research, where I, together with Londa Schiebinger and colleagues, including a psychologist and medical researchers, try to develop a more fine-grained way of capturing gender in clinical and health research. And this is based on 7 gender-related variables that capture norms, traits, and characteristics, and also aspects of gender relations, where we try to shed light on how different aspects of gender, in terms of attitudes, relations, and so on, can be linked to health outcomes. So this is also an example of recent work that tries to expand on how we can capture gender beyond the binary in medical work. So as a brief final point in my talk, I want to sort of turn to the question of the mutual relationship between promoting gender equality and promoting the gender dimension in research. So our argument here would be that improving one likely leads to improvements in the other as well. For instance, in a study that I published with colleagues in 2017, we used data on millions of papers and digital text analysis to examine the integration of sex and gender analysis in more than 1.5 million papers, medical papers that were published between 2008 and 15. And in the study, we find evidence that the likelihood of medical studies of examining potential sex and gender-related variations increases with the presence of women in the author group, and especially when women take on leading positions as first or last authors in these author groups. And these results are robust to the variations in women and men's representation across different medical fields. So even if we try to hold the subfield that women and men are engaged in constant, we still see a correlation between the presence of women and the likelihood of integrating sex and gender analysis into medical research. Since then, we've also seen follow-up studies that have shown that medical teams that involve female researchers are more likely to report information about the sex of the research subjects. They're more likely to include female participants in their trials, and they're more likely to develop medical innovations that specifically target women, as a new influential science study has recently shown. All of these examples, I think, serve to demonstrate the mutual benefits of promoting both gender equality and the gender dimension in research. And to illustrate this further, let me also give a brief example from a new research paper that I've done in collaboration with interdisciplinary teams or an interdisciplinary team of scholars in the US. And in this paper, we present a longitudinal analysis of the changing researcher demographics and scholarly agendas in the field of academic history in the US. And by focusing on digital full text and also published history articles and dissertation abstracts from US PhD dissertations in history, we can trace developments over 50 years or so in the development of topics and how they correlate with the demographics of the researchers. And in this paper, we show very briefly that as women has entered the previously male-dominated field of history, the change of research topics considered worthy of empirical investigation was clear. So this has expanded. We see an expansion of topics over time, and this correlates with the representation of women in the field. And specifically, our snapshot, you can say, of aggregate interest of women and men in this period identifies new topics associated with women authors: gender and women's history, body history, family and households, consumption, consumerism, sexuality, and so on. All topics that started to be more prevalent, new questions being raised as the field became more diverse. And importantly, our analysis, I would say, it demonstrates that while women pioneered topics such as gender and women's history, these topics over time broadened to become more mainstream, so both men and women would be engaging in them. So we generally see, as fields become more diverse, we also start to see a mainstreaming of new topics that become taken for granted as relevant for everyone in a field. And we interpret this as indicating a symbiotic relationship between what we could define as fixing the numbers by increasing women's representation in the field, and fixing the knowledge by integrating, for instance, the gender dimension in research. So these were my points. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mathias. So it was very intriguing and lots of facts and material to investigate later for everybody here. I have one question for you. So gender dimension has been an issue in social sciences about 40 years now in Western academies. At the same time, science has been regarded gender neutral until recently. So can you summarize it shortly? What made the turn to gender focus and sex focus in science in Danish academy and Western academy in general? So what made the turn?
Oh yeah, I think it's a very, very difficult question to provide a clear answer to. But I think some of what we show, at least, is that there is a correlation between the representation of more as the academy has become more diverse, we start to see more attention to this. And this is, of course, a chicken and egg problem. Is it because the research is more diverse, that we see new groups enter the scientific domain as participants conducting research, or is it because new groups are entering that we start to raise new questions? I think this sort of relationship goes both ways and is self-reinforcing, so that's one explanation. But we should of course also acknowledge that, for instance, in medicine, that social movements have played an important role, that the women's movement has played an important role in the US in raising attention, for instance, to women's health, and this has also contributed to push an attention to sex and gender analysis in medical research. So I think that it's thinking about both how social movements more broadly in society, but also the participation of different groups entering into fields have played an important role. And the reason that social scientists have been first movers may be that it's more, of course, an obvious topic of research in these areas, but also remember that the diversity of these fields were perhaps more gender diverse, at least earlier on, than other fields. So that would fit sort of with that as one of the explanations as well. But as said, there may be many different sort of explanations at play here.
Yes, thank you very much, Mathias. We shall have some more questions probably after 11, after we have had Raili Marling, who will present about intersectionality in research. So please stay tuned, and people can also give the questions through Slido. So go ahead, please, and the questions will be answered then after the presentation of Raili Marling. Raili Marling, she is a professor of English studies at the University of Tartu. She has written extensively on representations of gender in contemporary culture, gender and neoliberalism, the travel of feminist theory, and gender equality discourses. In addition to her academic work, she has collaborated with the Estonian Minister of Social Affairs and different NGOs and gender issues. So please, Raili Marling, via Zoom.
Thank you very much, and my apologies for not being here. I am actually officially on research leave, and so this is a kind of a nice break for me from sitting by the computer and doing other things. And I hope that I will be able to contribute to the discussion today by complicating the picture that Mathias just talked about and explaining why and how the research on gender needs to become even more complex than just making distinctions between men and women. Because when you read or have read stuff in gender studies in the past, I would say 20 years, you will have noticed that one of the words that crops up all the time is intersectionality. And this is what I'm going to be talking about, because it has brought along I would almost say a revolution in how we think about identity, and in particular about gender identity. Because for a long time, we had this, also in gender studies, a kind of a single determinant model of identity, which assumes that one aspect of identity, let's say gender, dictates one's access to social resources, such as education, such as, for example, research funding. And this was for a long time widespread under the topic of global sisterhood in gender studies, which is the idea that all women across the globe share some kind of common basis for political interests. But today we all know that when we look at gender from this unitary perspective, we miss very important impacts that are made by race, age, religion, regional belonging, and many other topics. And because, as we know very well today, women in different social and geographic locations have very different problems. So do men. Campaigns that are just based on this unitary model of gender, thus probably will not be able to provide equality or equal access. And this is what the term intersectionality is designed to address. The early work in this field was done by primarily scholars of color, particularly women scholars of color, who felt the most sort of stark exclusion from the universalized category of women, which seemed universal, but at the same time actually mostly talked about white middle-class women from the global north. But Patricia Hill Collins is one of the first authors who started to write about that, and she came up with the idea of matrix of domination, which for her is a tool to stress various forms of privilege, such as that based on race, gender, class, ethnicity, and sexual orientation, and to point out that these don't exist independently of one another in the social world, in the context where people experience themselves. Instead, various versions, various forms of privilege are related to one another in ways that make it difficult, if not impossible, to understand one without paying attention to connections with the others. Nowadays, the same idea is talked about primarily under the label of intersectionality, thanks to the work of a US legal scholar, Kimberly Crenshaw, who coined the term of intersectionality. And for those new to this topic, it probably is easiest to define it as multiple forms of power and privilege that intersect with gender, so that we don't have just gender as a determinant, but a more complex compound that includes very many different aspects. So the idea then is that things like race, class, gender, sexuality, age, ability, geographic location are mutually constitutive. In other words, they are not just added on top of each other, but they shape each other in a way that makes it hard to distinguish one from the other. So, for example, when we think about notions of race, then blackness, brownness, or whiteness always influence gendered experience, and there is no experience of gender that is outside of influence of race. And we could do the same about the other tools. And so that we also can say the same about, for example, ethnicity, which is a very salient category in Estonia, socioeconomic status, geographic location, et cetera, et cetera. So there are different kinds of pictures and models for this, and I'm just showing you one very random one in which we see a set of axes, so to say, in which gender intersects with all of these different features. So we have a very complex term, and there is a lot of debate about this because the initial work was all done on the triangle of race, class, gender. It was almost like this mantra, new trinity. But gradually new categories were added. So like you have in this list, it's a long category: nationality, ethnicity, sexuality, able-bodiedness, disability, age, religion, citizenship status, political location, West and the rest, for example, sedentariness versus nomadic patterns of life, et cetera, et cetera. So much of debate today has been about what do we do with this list. As Judith Butler famously said, there is this embarrassing et cetera, because we will never be able to fully list the categories, while at the same time, the more categories we add, the more there is the danger that we move away from the most salient ones of them, such as, well, race and class, for example. And the scholars that write about this extensively, for example, Helma Lutz, have pointed out that we should have race, class, and gender as the minimum standard, and other categories can be added depending on the context in which the research is done or the research problem at hand. So, for example, and this is my sort of first comment from the side, this is extremely important in Estonia. When I and colleagues from the Ministry of Social Affairs did our recent 10-year survey of gender research and the state of gender, so to say, in Estonia, we attempted to include intersectionality in articles as much as possible, but we found that it was hard to do because although everybody understands for example, gender always intersects with ethnicity. Not in all levels, not in all contexts can we get national statistics, and not in all contexts do we have analyses that allow us to look into the richness of intersectionality. So this is something that we need to keep in mind, that it is a field that is starting in Estonia. We have interesting research, some very nice nuanced analysis, but it hasn't yet been fully normalized, so that we would always be aware of the multiplicity of axes that gender comes along with. How we look at those axes depends. So again, I'm just mentioning a couple of these conceptual debates that have existed in gender research. Some people see intersectionality as crossroads. Some people see it as axis of difference, and scholars whose work I myself mostly like talk about intersectionality as a dynamic process. So the axes can move, they're not static, they don't stay in the same place all the time. There is a debate about whether it's a theory, whether it's a concept, whether it's a heuristic device, whether it's a strategy. Again, lots of rich literature on this. There is a debate about whether we should look at this on an individual or social level. Already the number of debates shows you that this is something that has become something of a buzzword. This is a term from Kathy Davies, one of the more widely cited authors of intersectionality. It is omnipresent, ubiquitous, and well, not in Estonia, but in many other places. Davis, in her analysis, thinks that the ubiquity is due to the way in which intersectionality connects two of the very potent trends in contemporary gender studies, namely, on the one hand, interest in feminist theory on race, class, and gender, the triumvirate already mentioned, and on the other hand, the impact of post-structuralist theory. And in intersectionality, these two things come together because intersectionality takes up the political project of making the social and material consequences of race, class, and gender visible. So it's politically potent. And it at the same time also is attentive to the categories as fundamentally unstable. And it allows scholars to not just use categories, but also deconstruct them and to unmask universalism, thereby creating more dynamic analysis. So the core strengths of intersectionality, I think already in this very, very brief introduction are quite clear. It challenges static definitions of identity, the assumption that one can at any point be just a woman, for example, or just a man, or just a scholar. I think that's crucial for our event today as well. It through that raises the question of the stability of identity categories, the question of what axis of your identity is focalized at any point. For example, in Estonian academia, we seriously have a problem of gender, but we clearly also have a problem of ethnicity and class. That might be equally important and in need of attention, because thanks to intersectionality, we can be more aware of the important differences among women and among men, that these are not monolithic categories. And when we are creating interventions, for example, in increasing the mobility of women in institutional structures, we need to be aware of this mutual influence. It is important both for the present and also for the past, because if we understand the history of exclusions that have created today's status quo, we are able to attend to them better. The important mantra, if you want to remember something from today's lecture, is the advice given by Miri Matsuda in her, again, very widely cited study, is intersectionality's main method, which is asking the other question. Or as Matsuda herself says, the way I try to understand the interconnection of all forms of subordination is through a method I ask the other question. When I say something that looks racist, I ask, where is patriarchy in this? When I say something that looks sexist, I ask, where is heterosexism in this? When I see something that looks homophobic, I ask, where is class interest in it? So intersectionality is an exercise in trying to find this other question and trying to bring it together with matrices of power. So this is one of the models that tries to make the simplified axis picture that I showed earlier a little bit more complicated because it not only adds the axis, but also the dimension of power to marginalization. And you can see these attempts to see the multiple categories of identity also sort of widen out, so to say, from a core of privilege to people with less privilege. so far, so good, right? It sounds wonderful and the level of theory, but I think all of you can see it also creates multiple challenges for us as scholars in terms of what do we do? How do we actually start using this as a tool for research? Because every time we move from a beautiful theory to something we have to apply in research, we bump into challenges. For example, what categories will we analyze? We cannot analyze everything because if we try to, we will lose sight of anything. It is important to also see that in research, we need to tackle the way in which we look at these categories in an additive fashion or in the fashion that sees them as interlocking. We need to be attentive of the fact that we need to decide how much attention to give to the categories so that we don't leave the crucial ones like race, class, and race, gender, and class underanalyzed. This is a topic that has been raised a lot in US Academy by Kimberly Crenshaw, for example, who is to some extent to this day kind of shocked about the success of her model and how far it has moved away from what she initially had in mind for analysis. The big challenge that is mentioned by very many scholars is the complication of are we looking at individual identities or are we looking at social structures? So, for example, I'm just going to very quickly in my last slide mention where and how this can be done. All scholars recommend that we look at intersectionality in all levels of work, in identifying the problem, in designing research, collecting data, analyzing this data, and also in dissemination, being aware of the fact that we, even to the level of dissemination, need to think of the audiences we want to reach. The standard, for example, research paper might not be the best way of reaching all interest groups that we are trying to address. The model that I find most sort of comprehensive and at the same time usable comes already from 1998 from Floya Antias, who has suggested that we do a 4-level analysis in intersectional research. So first of all, we look at the level of experience, or as she calls it, the level of discrimination. Second, we look at the level of the actors, or intersubjective practice. So what do people do, in other words? Third, we look at the institutional regimes, so the institutional level. And finally, not to be forgotten, the level of representations, both symbolic representations and discursive representations. So this is one of the ways in which we can do something that Kathy Davies and many others have called for, namely, we are able to complicate gender as the theoretical mainstay of feminist research. It is not something that we can do, but it is something that we need to do. We should not, I would even say never treat gender as a standalone category, but always and everywhere as something that is related to other differences and mutually constituted by these differences. So we should remember that asking of the other question. We can do it on different levels. And, in my references, I'm mentioning a couple of these. Acknowledging complexity of the level of categories. We can do the research in a group-centered, process-centered, or system-centered form. But because I'm out of time, I won't go into all of these details. The important aspect, regardless of whether our research is qualitative or quantitative, is to be aware of the situatedness of all participants. As Helma Lutz says, not only of the scholars, of the participants, but also of the scholars. And be aware of the fact that gender as a category need not be highlighted in every place by the participants themselves all the time. We as analysts, we as researchers need to bring that attention or attentiveness to multiple intersections to the table ourselves, both in terms of the material and our research questions. Because in different research has shown, we tend to underestimate the complexity of categories and arrive at simpler answers than maybe we should arrive at. The idea of intersectionality by now is not just something that we do in research. It has stopped just being a buzzword, I would say. By today, it has been normalized as the way in which you write a gender paper. And if you submit to an international journal, you frequently get your comments back asking, what about intersectionality? It is also, I would say, increasingly moving even into law. For example, European Union's anti-discrimination law already in 2007 took in the intersectional axis. And our analysis with the Ministry of Social Affairs also shows that this is something that is increasingly being integrated into Estonian legal analysis and social analysis. So what I would like to leave you with, after flashing my references at you very quickly, is the idea that intersectionality in research initiates a process of discovery. This is a wording from Kathy Davis that I really like. It alerts us to the fact that the world around us is always more complicated and more contradictory than we anticipate. And we as scholars have the duty to grapple with this complexity and do justice to the fact that if life was simpler, we would have solved gender inequality a long time ago. The fact that it persists frequently is due to the fact that we are not only tackling gender issues, but many other issues. Because as Audre Lorde, African-American feminist said a long time ago, we do not live single-issue lives, and we as scholars need to be attentive to this. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Raili, for your extremely interesting presentation. We probably should have a next conference on intersectionality in research and science and higher education to talk about all those nuances which our identities include. But I have one quite simple question for you. So in empirical research tradition, sociological research tradition, also practiced in Estonia, different research categories have been in use for a long time: age, class, sex, and nationality. So how is intersectional approach different from classical empirical sociological or social science research, which combines different research categories, gathering and analyzing data? What is the added new knowledge using intersectional approach and especially gender-focused research problems? Can you give an example? Maybe COVID could be an interesting research area in this sense. So, Raili.
Yes, I'm absolutely, I agree that COVID-19 is an interesting case. The main difference, I would say, is that you're not looking at the categories separately from each other, but as they impact each other. So when we think, for example, about COVID, it is not really a matter of gender alone. It frequently is a matter of gender and caregiving. So that women with small children had a very different COVID experience from, let's say, women without children. And so we need to bring both of them together instead of separating them into different slots. And I think one of the problems with empirical research has been that we don't have data that shows these mutual interconnections deeply enough. Because in quantitative data, it's hard to do. And so we need to force that comparison into the picture. In Estonia, I think in terms of education and research, ethnicity has been to some extent looked at, but myself, I have had a hard time finding a good analysis of the way in which, how would I say, geographical location within Estonia impacts gender. For example, women from small towns versus women from big cities, men from villages versus men from cities. That dimension of intersection, I think, is completely missing in Estonian gender research. And I think it impacts education hugely. When you think about access to resources and even getting into the first peg of the ladder before you start climbing, building networks. So some of the work that Kadri Aabik has done on power and gendered power, I think attempts to look into this intersectional dynamic a little bit more than the standard standalone categories. It's a very wishy-washy answer, but that's the best I can summon at this point. Sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it was a very clear answer. And if we think about social phenomena, war, refugees, we have at once question of intersectionality. If you look at the refugees, their age, their sex, their background, their economic capabilities, and so on. So lots of problems which can be enlightened using this category of intersectionality, which includes gender, among others. So thank you, Raili, and thank you, Mathias. Please stay there in Zoom, and we shall have questions and answer until the coffee break, which will follow at 11:30. So please, are there any questions to Mathias or Raili, or some general questions to our first presenters? So we are having two different themes, actually. It's gender focus in research, and then there's gender equality in academic institutions. So there are questions, anonymous question. What are the steps taken in secondary school level to encourage girls to take on technical studies? We still have gender-based handiwork courses for children. So maybe this could be a question for Renno Veinthal.
Yes, thank you for the question. Well, what has been done so far? I could mention that these study programs which have been established by the state or approved by the state, they actually keep the gender balance issues in mind. But with the context of this particular question. It's I believe that it has to do very much with the autonomy of the school that has served as advantage for Estonia. We know that in various rankings like PISA test, Estonia stands well, and then the question is, what do we do so that the Estonian education stands so well? We answer that it has to do with autonomy the teachers and the schools do have. But then the counterpart of that is that when dealing with this preschool prejudices, then how can we change the attitudes of the teachers and I can't provide you a better answer right now than to continue with working with these attitudes of the teachers. And actually, that is very much my personal opinion. This Saturday, I bought the 6th type of this weave being used for girls. Hand work, and I was asking, why is it these previous 5 ones, did they not work? But the answer is that in this particular school, the handcraft is that much appreciation is given to that, and it's hard to argue that it's somehow irrelevant. But on the other hand, if the program is filled with this, then how much space is there for other subjects?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so thank you very much. I think it's a big question for a big conference. So what should we do in our school system to bring girls to technology in early age and not just train knitting and nice things? But thanks. Thank you. There are lots of more questions. So, what is the role of gender equality in a time where Western countries move towards a world with different possibilities to define gender? Yes, that was also mentioned in Mathias' presentation. Maybe Mathias, could you answer that? Are you there?
Yes,
Yeah.
I am. I just need to make sure I understand the question correctly. But if we think about if we think about an increasingly globalized world, and if we think about how if we think about gender not as something that we are biologically, but ways we represent ourselves, specific ways of being in the world depending on how we're raised, how we're perceived by others, and so on. All of these things will, of course, vary across national contexts, and that's a very important thing to take into account. A very interesting aspect of this, if you think about global discussions in this, has been in my own backyard here in Scandinavia, has been the question of the gender equality paradox. People have pointed to that actually we start to see in higher education in Scandinavia some of the most gender segregated distributions in countries globally. So more women are entering into social science and humanities, more men into STEM related areas. But what's important to remember here is that we tend to see that in a lot of Western countries, affluent countries, where Western media has played an important role. And one of the things we need to take into account is there are specific ideas in media, specific ideas about gender in advertisement, in discourses, ways we sort of reproduce gender roles that are also reflected in educational choices. So this thing about thinking about the Western world and thinking about developments, we need to remember that we're sort of, to some extent, although we see an increasing awareness, still reproducing very sort of gender stereotypical expectations for one another as women and men, and it's still the binary that counts a lot also. So I think in this regard, it's very important to think about the role of broader media and how sensitive we are to not reproducing gender issues, as was also sort of related to this question of already preschool, how do we deal with these aspects? I hope this was somewhat of an answer to this difficult question.
Yes, thank you. It was an answer. Raili, do you want to add something so you feel the Estonian context and if the gender issues are more complicated than just this men and women and male and female identities and lots of other identities concerning gender. So what is the point of gender equality then, Raili?
Well, that's a good question. I think that gender equality continues to be a value regardless of how we delineate gender, because we believe in fundamental human rights and equality of access to resources and a meaningful life. So I think that doesn't change, but it does complicate, of course, the way in which we analyze things, and it requires us as gender scholars also to acquire new sensitivity, because I think all of us are also very used to our binary model of analysis. And getting out of this binary habit is instructive. I mean, I myself am I would say maybe already a senior researcher, and it's sometimes challenging to think through our own stereotypes, and something that we need to discipline ourselves about. But I don't think that this really impacts the first part, the value of gender equality. But it does create issues of how we guarantee access to the underprivileged. As you can see, in most national statistics, you still see underprivileged or women in STEM fields, for example. So regardless of how you define a woman.
Yes, thank you. Could we have another question? To Raili, anonymous, what are your recommendations for developing indicators to find intersectional research in databases beyond title and keyword? So recommendations for developing indicators to find intersectional research in databases beyond title and keyword. Very specific question.
And it is it's complicated. I would one option is really going by references, identifying key authors who have written on intersectionality and trying to trace research through them, because usually the work of at least one of the scholars that I cited today should come up in the article in some way, it's very unlikely that one of the classics would not be mentioned. So that's one thing that comes to mind, as well as any kind of, like some of the terms, in addition to intersectionality per se. Maybe Mathias has ideas, because I'm sure have also had to do this type of search. I think nowadays most journals would put intersectionality as one of the keywords, though.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Mathias, do you have something to add?
Yes, I think those were very good points, and I think a lot will crop up if you search specifically and sort of trace references. But I think it's also important to remember that in the academy, a lot of people have been inspired by intersectionality without really recognizing perhaps the concept or the authors enough. So you will, and that speaks to a more general sort of the axis of discrimination we're talking about here, who's getting credit for research. But I still want to point to that there's other interesting research for some of you that may be sort of thinking about the contextual factors, that statistical studies that start to think about how context matters for individual lives, and how regimes of inequality in terms of race in different countries and so on may matter differently for the health of different groups. And these perspectives are becoming increasingly mainstream, and I think that's important. And they reflect this intersectional idea, although they don't always give credit to the people that invented these ideas. So I think it's becoming increasingly sort of prevalent, and that's important. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thanks. So anonymous, we have top questions. To Mathias, how do you differentiate between sex analysis and gender analysis in your research? How do you identify whether authors to be women or men in mass data on articles? If based on names, isn't it misleading?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and it's a question we need to be very sensitive to when we do these types of analysis, because you can go at it at 2 points here. That some of the perspectives and questions we want to analyze, the best information we have is the gender/sex of the author. We must presume that if people decide themselves how they would want to be referred to in these articles, they think of it as their gender typically. But it's of course not representative, and there's an imprecision, so these are useful at an aggregate level. And my point still is that although there's a form of categorization power at play in any sort of social science where you impose categories on people, this is still necessary to identify inequalities. There's a lot of information on the unequal distributions in various areas of the world that we cannot access if we do not categorize. And sometimes if you have to ask each specific individual every time about this information, it will be very difficult to identify where these inequalities are. So the important point for us is to acknowledge that there are clear limitations at the individual level. We can't use this information to infer anything about each individual person in our data set, but we can use it to identify aggregate patterns of inequality that needs to be addressed. So that's where we come from when we use this data. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks. So next question. Gender scholars have taken up the other forms of oppression. How about the race and disability studies scholars? Have they become more sensitive to gender? So maybe this is a question to Raili.
I think the answer is yes. I think nowadays, again, the research that you read has become very, very cautious about making any kind of generalizations. I think that has been a wonderful move, the movement in scholarship in general. You don't just talk about disabled people, you talk about older, retired, undereducated disabled people from rural areas of deindustrialized North, for example, to make it clear that people's life positions are strongly shaped by these multiple axes of discrimination. So I would say yes. But of course, it's impossible to generalize. You find all kinds of research. But I really have not seen anything published in the past 30 years that would be about women or men or something big like that.
Yes. So, yes, thank you. Then I'll take the question about STEM education first. And this is probably for Mathias. Some tips, ideas on how to get more girls, female, to STEM areas and more boys, male, to humanities, social sciences. So maybe you have Danish examples. So how do you?
Well, yeah, I don't think we have good Danish examples because we're not doing that well on the issue in Denmark. But I think it's important to remember again, also a little bit related to questions of intersectionality, context matters a lot. The differentiation and the inequalities and imbalances have different causes and different reasons in different countries. And that's one of the most important contributions of this whole intersectionality, gender-related research has been to remember to think about context specifically. One thing we're interested in Denmark right now, together with a colleague, is to start to think about, for instance, the question about the prestige of educations, because in Denmark, women enter out of high school with better grades on average than their than male students, and they apply for the educations that have the highest grades to get in there. So there's a prestige phenomena here, and those educations tend to be in the social sciences and in the humanities. And this sort of prestige economy in education may be driving some of this. That is actually the women that are overperforming here and entering into the educations that require the highest grades, and therefore they enter out of STEM. So we have sort of a structural problem in addition to some of these classical stereotypical ideas about women and men typical topics. So that's for instance one example of a very specific, I think, contextual factor in Denmark that may be driving some of this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Then a question to Raili. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. But how should we assess class in the intersectionality research in Estonia? Raili.
I'm not sure what you mean by assess, but socioeconomic status would be another way in which you can look at things. And there is national statistics available on income levels. Both, Estonia being famous for its gender pay gap. Right now, we don't yet have a gender pension gap, but because of the gender pay gap and the changes in the pension system, we will have a gender pension gap as well in some years. And that statistic is obviously available. And although it is not a clear indicator of class, it does indicate socioeconomic inequality. The same can be done, for example, looking at welfare recipients and other areas where we can identify features of economic inequality. And I think, yes, maybe the word class in Estonia sounds out of place, but to claim that we don't have income-based inequalities would be also somewhat naive, right? So maybe those are the two things that come into mind right away, the looking into the statistics on income and on welfare recipients.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we hardly use class in social science research in Estonia, but actually social economic status is a concept. So then a question, recognizing the challenge of lacking data on intersecting categories. Does any of you have suggestions to circumvent this problem in research practice? So Mathias, maybe.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think that some of it was already implied by Raili's sort of excellent overview of the different perspectives here, and especially her part about thinking about this as a multi-level problem. So it's about not only collecting the categorical data that you have available. I would even say that even in cases where you would only have gender-related information at the individual level, you can still try to be inspired by an intersectional approach by trying to think about what are the contextual factors. As Raili said, are you located in a more or less urban geographical area? How might that matter? Are you located in a country where there's easy access to higher education or not? So it's not only about individual factors, it's about thinking about how these individual factors differ in terms of how they matter depending on the context you are an individual in, I would say. So in that sense, it's about thinking about the categories you have at the individual level, but always remembering that these categories differ in how they matter for humans depending on what context they're located in. So always thinking about different contextual factors. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. So context matters. Raili, do you want to add something? We have still 1 minute until coffee.
Okay, I will not use all of. Well, I will use that minute, and this is to say that collect rich data, gather as much material about your participants or your circumstances as you can, so that you can ask that other question. That when you have your your default answer, try to look at that multiple perspective things, and it is not mission creep, something that ethically we're not supposed to do in research. That is study what we didn't tell our participants about. And so I think at the beginning, listen to your participants, let them tell about the life and identify as many of these axes of difference that matter in the life, because they might be in unexpected places. As I said, it needn't be socioeconomic status only. It might be being from a marginalized region or having a home language that differs from the national mainstream language. These intersections can be quite complex, and we need to sensitize ourselves more to the richness out there. So.
Mm-hmm. So thank you very much, Mathias and Raili. We could continue this interesting academic discussions for a longer time, but you have earned a coffee break. But before that, I would like to introduce the T-shirt exhibition, which is there in the corner. So it is connected with project in order to raise awareness about gender equality generally, and more specifically in the context of science. The Gearing Role project disseminated a list of key facts in 2020, and these key facts were used as the basis to construct a list of questions and answers that could be used in an interesting way, visually and interactively, to engage with the community both face-to-face and online. This T-shirt exhibition provides a response to the phenomenon of co-opting, watering down and branding of feminist messages by marketers, social media influencers and celebrities. And it aims to provide an alternative to the commodification of feminism, which we see also in culture every day, and increased trends towards post-feminist femininity. So alternative T-shirt exhibition, and find your own. Thank you, and we will be back after 15 minutes, 11:45, and there will be another panel which is led by Xavier, and yes, now Eekhout. Xavier Eekhout will be with you from 11:45 in a panel until 1 o'clock. So let's have some coffee now. Thank you. So thank you for coming from coffee break, and now there will be another panel led by Xavier Eekhout, who will also present all the panelists himself. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, so welcome back to the conference. I'm Xavier Eekhout. I work at the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, and we are partners in Gearing Roles project. Among other things, EFIT, my organization, is the coordinator of the Urexis initiative. So we do stuff for the support of career development of researchers. So in Gearing Roles project, we have been a support partner for the partners who are implementing the gender equality plans by providing support and activities that had to do with career development. So right now, I mean, because of this role, it's a huge privilege for me to play this role as a moderator for the panel where my partners will be presenting the core work of the project, the design and the implementation of the gender equality plans. So without further delay, and with no particular order in this case, I'm going to start introducing each of the speakers of each of our GEP implementing institutions. They will have 10 minutes to do a presentation. We will go through all of the presentations, through all the gender equality plans, one after the other one. And then, like in the previous session, we will have some time for questions. So we hope to get some questions from the audience through Slido. So I will start introducing my partner in the project, Laure Humbert from the Oxford Brookes University. She is a professor of gender and diversity and director of the Center of Diversity Policy Research and Practice, and is an experienced gender equality researcher at national and EU level. She has worked in policy analysis and assessment, as well as in gender statistics. She specializes in applying quantitative methods to comparative social and economic analysis, particularly in relation to work and organization, entrepreneurship, and work-life balance. So, Anne, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you confirm that sharing is working? Okay, can you see my screen? Perfect, thank you very much. Okay. Well, very, very nice to be here, and apologies for not being here in person. I had to stay away due to health issues. In this presentation, I want to talk briefly about the work that we have been doing as part of the Gearing Roles project in Oxford Brookes University, and looking at the main achievements and resistance that we've faced in developing and implementing our gender equality plan. So for us, the gender equality plan at Oxford Brookes University is something that we cannot dissociate from the activities that we have that are also related to the Athenes 1 Charter. And so in our institution, there has been a long-standing work on gender equality because we have been early adopters of the Athenes 1 Charters. And as a result, we've had very regular meetings with our leaders and where we've been able to present and show the results of the Gearing Roles project. So our aim is very much to see the Gearing Roles and the Athenes 1 action plans and make sure that they complement and reinforce each other. So just to let you know, for us, Athenes 1 action plans is plural because we have 4 faculties. So we have plans at the level of each faculty, but we also have a 5th one at the institutional level. And the aim of the Gearing Roles project was to provide support and integrate those plans a little bit more. We presented the final version of our gender equality plan late November. We circulated to our senior leadership. It was ultimately sent to the chair of the Athenes 1 steering group for approval, and we got confirmation from her that the plan was approved in December 2020. Our gender equality plan has got 7 domains of action. We are looking at 48 actions across those 7 domains, and you can see them here: data monitoring and evaluation, the governance, leadership, careers and recruitment, inclusive research and curriculum, work-life balance, and finally gender-based violence and harassment. I hear sound behind. Can you mute? Thank you. This plan is being implemented in conjunction with a number of stakeholders. So we have our core JEP implementing team and the group. We have an extended group around that, which looks at a specific topic whenever required. We also make use of the Athenes 1 committees and self-assessment teams in each of the 4 faculties and also at institutional level. And we are lucky to have also some support from management and the senior leadership team in the implementation of this plan. So I'm not going to talk about all the areas of interventions and actions, but I'm going to show you some of the ones that we've been looking at. For example, we've been quite active in terms of data monitoring and evaluation, and particularly probably because of my own interest as a scholar on gender statistics, just really looking at how we could make a difference by providing better analysis and capacity building, enabling others internally to be able to have better data system and better results that would inform our actions. So you see on this graph, for example, we've been quite involved in looking at the gender pay gap and trying to decompose that between what was the explained part and the unexplained part of the gender pay gap. So it would be explained, for example, if there were gender-related differences between working time, while some part of it, if it remains unexplained, can be assimilated to an element of discrimination. We've been extending this work to race equality charter work, which for us is quite important. So we do a lot of work on ethnicity and race in the institution. And the data work that we have been doing has allowed us to just push this and have intersectional analysis wherever possible. And we've been making bridges with other institutions, doing training also with other institutions as part of other sister projects. Another area of action has been on the inclusive curriculum here, and we're involved in doing a number of workshops and trainings on the gender dimension in the curriculum, and we will be launching a handbook with case studies of how to successfully embed a more inclusive curriculum in our institutions. So this is ongoing work. We've been working in partnership with others, in particular the University of Deusto here, and we've been doing a number of workshops, for example, recently in the University of Ljubljana. We've been quite active in the area of gender-based violence, and this is because we're also involved in the UNICEF project. We have been the pilot institution for the UNICEF survey, which is looking at gender-based violence and sexual harassment in more than 45 institutions across Europe. And the analysis of this data set is informing at present the actions that we're going to take at the level of the institution to combat and eradicate as much as possible gender-based violence and harassment. We've been also very involved in awareness raising and communication. You see the set pictures on the left is colleagues and I are doing a few of the feminist walks that we've been doing across Oxford. And this was last year when the restrictions were lifted somehow, and when we were able to be in the sun and outdoors to minimize exposure to COVID. And also, of course, the T-shirt exhibition, which for those of you that are lucky enough to be in Tartu today, is at the back of the room, and which you can interact with. So you have the questions and answers at the back, and just really trying to provide an alternative use of fashion to prompt discussions with people about the roles of gender in science and research. So we've also experienced a little bit of resistances. I'm not going to talk too much about this, and I would much prefer to try and focus on the positive outcomes of this. But for us, just if I was going to discuss the main ones, the impact of COVID on the project has been something that was very, very severe because it has meant that working from home has not allowed us to do the politics of the projects and the gender equality work. So just the fabric of the university has dissolved somehow. So there has been a problem of inertia, so related to COVID, probably to some extent, of just as Pat O'Connor calls it, if you've heard of this, foot dragging, and which is sometimes at odds with a very, very high level of commitment that there is in the institution to see gender equality realized, and the long-standing history of work in this area from the point of view of the institutions relative to other institutions. And finally, resourcing has been an issue in terms of staffing, in terms of budgets, but however, in the last few months, this has been somehow solved, and we've been very, very happy to learn that there is going to be some resourcing of future work on the gender equality by having several posts at senior levels that have been created to make sure that there would be somebody in place to do some work on pushing for gender equality at the institutional level, not only on gender, but also on other grounds, including in particular on the grounds of race and ethnicity. So a very, very positive development, but that has been something that somehow a resistance that we faced in the implementation of the project up to now. So I will leave it here, and I will let you hear from the depths of my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anne, and thank you for sticking to the time. I don't know if you managed to hear me. I'm kind of struggling with the audio here, if you noticed. So congratulations for the work done. And next we have Roman Kuhar from the University of Ljubljana. He's a professor of sociology at the Faculty of Arts in the University of Ljubljana, Slovenia, where he has been the dean between 2017 and 2021. He has an extensive publishing record in academic journals such as Critical Social Policy, Women's Studies International Forum, and Sexuality Research and Social Policy. He is also associate editor of the Social Politics, and he is the author of several books, including Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe Mobilizing Against Equality, which was published in 2017. Roman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Greetings from Ljubljana. I'm very sorry I cannot be with you in Tartu in Estonia. The city I like very much, and I've been there before, but hopefully there will be some other opportunities to go there again. What you see on the screen is the Faculty of Arts, which is the oldest and the largest faculty of the University of Ljubljana, and it is also the central institution of humanities and social sciences, the central educational institution in social sciences and humanities in Slovenia. And here what you can see are some of the data that was collected as part of the Giving Crow project. Now, we don't have time to go into any details, but I would like to point your attention to just a few of them. The first one being that in over 100-year-long history of the Faculty of Arts, there were only 4 women at the top of the faculty as the dean of the faculty and 58 men. Secondly, you can also see that women are rather equally represented or are even in majority in all faculty bodies, except from the top leadership. Probably not surprising. And the last data is also quite typical, and that is that positions with lower academic titles are filled with more women. And of course, these lower academic titles or lower positions are also paid less. Now, when talking about the implementation and adoption of gender equality plan, there are usually different factors in play, and that was the case also at the Faculty of Arts. We started with knowledge, which was there and still is, because the Faculty of Arts was the first one to introduce gender studies at the University of Ljubljana in the 90s. However, gender equality policies were not part of any key documents, neither on the level of the University of Ljubljana nor on the level of the faculty. Secondly, I guess the fact that we became part of the Giving Crow project was the main push factor, and the fact that this project was headed by my colleague Milica Antić-Gaber, who is one of the leading experts in gender studies at the Faculty of Arts, also helped the implementation process and the adoption process of gender equality plan. And as usual in these kind of situations, we also were a little bit lucky because some things happened without us planning. And these are primarily two things that I would like to point out. The first one is the so-called language dilemma. The faculty council, or some members of the faculty council, questioned the fact that we use male gender form in our internal regulations in neutral way, including all genders. Slovenian language, this is quite complicated, but Slovenian language is very gendered, and usually we take the male gender form to represent all genders. To make very long story short, we decided that we will take female gender form to be used in a neutral way in our internal regulations and to represent all genders. And this decision by the faculty council exploded in Slovenian public. Here you can see some newspaper articles. I guess there wasn't a single media outlet in Slovenia that did not report about it, and most reports were negative. I was the dean at the faculty at the time, and from that point on, I was called the female dean of the faculty. I even received a death threat because of that. But all this negative reaction helped us in adopting a gender equality plan, because it showed that we still need to do a lot for equality, and that sexism and the patriarchal culture is still pretty much present, although we might pretend that it is not there anymore. The second important element that helped in adopting gender equality plan was the Slovenian version of the Me Too movement. Our students were very active as part of that movement, and then eventually we got the first accusation, the first report of sexual harassment at the Faculty of Arts from a female student. And the perpetrator was a male professor. And the woman that you see on the screen is the second student from another faculty who also reported sexual harassment. Of course, all this resonated in public. Both professors lost their position at the university, but in a way, I could say that it also helped and strengthened the reasons why we need to adopt a gender equality plan. Our gender equality plan has 5 chapters, 5 key elements. The first one is connected with collecting data, producing indicator and tools for analyzing gender equality or inequality, because there was no data collected previously before we adopted gender equality plan. The second chapter deals with gender in research and curricula. This is probably the toughest one. We still have to work on this topic a lot, because there seems to be quite a lot of resistances on the side of our professors in terms of not being open to anyone intervening into what they are doing in terms of research or how they are teaching and how the topics that they are teaching about are presented. And the third chapter deals with gender-sensitive language. This is the story that I have just described. The fourth chapter is connected to sexual harassment, violence, discrimination, gender stereotypes. I think we have done most on this chapter, and it was, of course, also very urgent and needed, because there were these accusations of sexual harassment that didn't exist before, but came to the front because of the Me Too movement. And also, I would say partly because it was known that we are preparing the gender equality plan. And finally, the fifth chapter, or the fifth key point of our gender equality plan is the mission statement. It's a tiny thing, but we managed to change the official mission statement of the Faculty of Arts in a way to include gender equality as part of our mission statement. One question that we faced when implementing gender equality plan was how to place this gender equality plan into the structure of faculty bodies, because there's no specific office dealing with this topic, and all other bodies did not really address gender dimensions before. So we decided to put gender equality plan as part of our quality assurance system, and it turns out to be a good decision, because quality assurance system in many ways intersects also with gender equality. So as part of our quality assurance system, we now have gender equality plan working groups. There are around 50 people working in these different working groups. Primarily, there are 3 working groups dealing with the chapters or the key points of our gender equality plan, which I mentioned before. So the first one is collecting data, is monitoring data, is analyzing indicators, is also following the habilitation process, because there seems to be quite a lot of gender dimensions which play a role in how we are habilitated. The second group deals with gender equality in the study process and gender in research, and the final one addresses sexual violence, harassment, discrimination, gender stereotypes, and gender inclusive language, because of course we didn't stop at just changing male gender form into female gender form, but we want to go further in this context. As part of our gender equality plan and as part of the promotion of gender equality and as part of the activities to point to the need of gender equality plans and policies, we organize several activities, one of them being the so-called Days of Gender Equality. Last year, we organized 15 different events addressing gender in one way or another. There were over 50 people involved as speakers in roundtable debates, in exhibitions, and so forth. And we organized Days of Gender Equality also this year, and the new leadership of the faculty agreed that the Days of Gender Equality will become an annual event, and this is going to be one of the most important framework for discussing gender equality, for promoting gender equality, and for, of course, pointing to the missing points which we still need to address as part of gender equality plan. The second thing that I would like to point out are our activities in connection to sexual harassment and violence. When the student knocked on my door, I was the dean of the faculty at the time, and told me about the sexual harassment case. I knew that we have to react immediately, but soon we realized that the documents we had are not sufficient and the guidelines are really not effective and so forth. So we came up with new, renewed guidelines. This book that you can see are now the guidelines for the victims of sexual harassment or any kind of violence, but they are also expert guidelines for everyone who's employed at the Faculty of Arts. We came up with a special website with all the information. We introduced the Institute of so-called confidential persons. These are a group of persons which are specifically educated now to work with victims of any kind of violence and also sexual harassment. We organized educational workshops. Guidelines I already mentioned, but we also put pressure on the University of Ljubljana to change the rules on the protection of the dignity of employees at the University of Ljubljana, because these are the rules which are tackling sexual harassment and addressing this topic. So I'm happy to say that particularly in this context, I think we have done the most, and I'm also happy that both cases of sexual harassment were not pushed aside, but were dealt with. And as I mentioned, both professors lost their position at the university. Of course, we faced some resistance.
We need to, one more minute, please.
One more minute, okay. We face some resistances. The leadership is always a question. So far, we had the support of the leadership, but we don't know what will happen when the new leadership comes. There were some passive resistances on the side of professors and researchers, which I've mentioned before. So generally, there is a support for gender equality plan, but once you need to do something, there seems to be some passive resistance or passive positions. And of course, there's always this debate on how much the University of Ljubljana will adopt from what we have done. So in terms of where we started and where we are now, we started with no data, and there are some data now. We started with no specific gender-inclusive curriculum and research, and we are now working on that. We started with no regulation of sexual harassment, and this is, I think, quite successfully now dealt with. So to conclude, I could say that the Faculty of Arts has adopted gender equality initiatives as part of its working plan. And what is also important is that the University of Ljubljana took our faculty as an agent of change, and it is now following our footsteps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's so unfair to try to summarize these years of work in the gender equality plans in just 10 minutes. That's definitely a challenge. So next, we are going to have the presentation from our hosts from the Estonian Research Council. It will be Karin Jaanson. You already heard some words from her this morning, but as we may have some audience who was not present in the opening, let me tell you that Karin is the Executive Director of the Estonian Research Council since 2015. Where she is responsible for strategic planning, including science policy and administrative work. Prior to her position, she worked as an advisor to the Deputy Secretary General of Higher Education and Research at the Ministry of Education and Research. She holds a master's degree in public administration from the University of Georgia and a Master of Arts degree in economics from the University of Tartu. Karin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Estonian Research Council is a research funding organization, and that's why we differ from our partner organizations. First, our hands are quite short to impact the gender culture in research institutions, and for second, in our organization, the women are dominated. We have about 80% of women, and this goes also to the top management. All the heads of departments are women, and also the top managers are women. So the situation is very different. But it's very typical in organizations like ours. Although we want to have more gender balance, we do not have barriers to employment for men. Oh, I forgot to... Sorry. This is a short introduction about our organization. If I start to talk about the gender equality plan, our job also is to contribute to gender equality in research. And therefore, drawing up a gender equality plan was an important step in understanding where we are and what we need to do. We started to compose our gender equality plan in 2019 and finalized it in 2020. We started with data collection and analysis in council level, but also in national level. We had many interviews with our management, and also we looked at other national research funding organizations and their practices to see what they have done in this area. And we ended up with 5 objectives, and later on we added a 6th one, and now I will just go through those objectives and describe what we have done so far. First, raising awareness of gender equality among our employees and the members of the panels and committees of the Council. As there are different opinions on whether gender equality is a problem at all and how big it is, we considered raising awareness is a priority. And with the support of Caring Roles project, we have organized several trainings to our employees and to members of evaluation committee. For example, the training about unconscious gender prejudice and gender stereotypes. Also, the topic of equal opportunities is integrated into the annual seminars of members of the Evaluation Council and expert committees. We have collected data by gender and analyzed it, and we have all the data in our website, and we also share special issues through our news list. And also, after every 3 years, we publish very comprehensive statistics about research in Estonia, and you can find also an English version and very special chapter also addressing gender in the research. So this is helping for awareness rising. But also, it was already mentioned that we commissioned very comprehensive research because really we wanted to know what is the situation in our research institutions. We considered very important also to adhere the principles of equal treatment. And that's why we reviewed our rules and regulations to be sure that they guarantee equal opportunities for all. And the general assessment of our regulation is good. As a rule, absence from science due to parental leave and other reasons and its impact on research have been considered. The importance of diversity issues in research has been highlighted, and underrepresented applicants have been given priority. Also, possibility to continue working on parental leave with part-time work and possibility to continue project management with less workload is now possible. Improving gender balance among the members of our panels and committees is a great challenge. The same goes for improving gender balance among the applicants and recipients of research grants, awards, and funding. Why is it so? Because if a gender balance in research system exists, we import these problems into our system. We prefer a candidate of underrepresented gender if the candidates are of equal standing. And also, we ask other organizations responsible for nominating the candidates to do the same. And we compile statistical overviews and guidelines, highlighting the aspects of gender in the process of searching for members of panels and other experts. To improve gender balance among applicants and recipients of grants, we produce special materials and add information about gender distribution to grant round summaries. The annual gender equality newsletter shows that the proportion of women and men and the success rates in applying for both grant types and areas. A good example of implementation of the measure is the annual seminars of the expert committees, which also address the issue of gender equality and draw the attention to the decision makers to the problems. We also pay attention to gender equality in our communication activities. When we organize events or do press releases, an attempt is made to ensure gender balance among the speakers where possible. And for instance, in the last 9 major events, 50% of the speakers were women and 47% were men. And also the 6th objective, what we added later on, is also important for us to ensure equal opportunities and the support work environment for our employees. We have created flexible working opportunities and we monitor the gender distribution among employees and analyze remuneration and gender pay gap across different positions. In conclusion, drawing up and implementing a gender equality plan has helped us to raise awareness of the issue and has helped us to address it in systematic and focused way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have our Turkish partner from Sabancı University, Zeynep Gülrü Göker, who will be presenting their gender equality plan. Gülrü is a research faculty member at Sabancı University and the Faculty of Arts and Social Science and Gender and Women's Studies Center of Excellence. Her research focuses on gender and politics, participatory and deliberative democracy, feminist political theory, ethics of care, and gender equality. She received her PhD in political science from the City University of New York Graduate Center, and she conducts research and lectures in political sociology, and political theory and gender studies. Gülrü, the floor is yours.
Okay. Can you see my slides? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and you can see my slides, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hi everyone. Well, I'm really sorry that I wasn't able to be there with you. I have a family reunion after 2.5 years because of the pandemic. We couldn't see each other. That's why I have to present online. So on behalf of the Gearing Role Sabancı University team, I will very briefly talk about our JEP. So in line with the Gearing Role's innovative and participatory approach to GEP creation, we also initiated a very exciting co-creation process at Sabancı University. In 2019 and 2020, we conducted more than 30 interviews, we organized 6 workshops, and many co-creation workshops. So more than 100 stakeholders, faculty members, staff, and students have been engaged in the co-creation process of Sabancı University's JEP, which was published happily on the university website last year in 2021. Our JEP has 8 sections and 97 actions, and you can see the themes on the slide. So implementation bodies at Sabancı University are fourfold. There's the Gearing Role core team with me, Ayşegül Altınay and İlayda Eceova, as you know. The task force is made up of 27 members from diverse academic and administrative units, and also with a grad student representative. And one of the first JEP actions in our case was the assignment of a gender equality officer from human resources. And then there is also a gender equality committee responsible for the implementation process. I will now very briefly give some examples from different actions that we have implemented so far. So in terms of curriculum and teaching in 2021, we had a lot of meetings for stakeholder engagement. The pairing event hosted by University of Ljubljana was very successful. We had a chance to engage our Vice President for Education and the core curriculum director on board for the implementations of actions in the integration of gender into education. So one example, for instance, is the creation of this self-assessment tool based on sustainable development goals for the core program, which is called the Foundations Development Program at Sabancı University. So now the courses and the instructors of these courses in the core curriculum can assess themselves and their course based on different SDGs and particularly gender equality as well. Another important action taken last year was the integration of a gender equality module to the teaching assistant orientation of this core curriculum. Ayşegül Altınay gave a seminar to teaching assistants on gender integration into the curriculum, which will now be repeated every year. Examples from some other actions implemented in the first year of JEP implementation is the assignment of a new psychologist with expertise on sexual harassment to assist the Sexual Harassment Committee at Sabancı University, the inclusion of a non-discrimination clause in all job descriptions published by the university. The revision of human resources exit surveys was very important for us. It now includes questions about work-life balance. There is an option now given to trans students at Sabancı University to live in single bedrooms or with friends of their preference in the dorms. And it is also now possible for students to use their preferred or chosen names in university interactions and communications. And another action from last year is that gender-based titles and pronouns are now avoided in internal communication channels to establish gender-sensitive communication. We also value community engagement, as does Gearing Roles as a whole. in the JEP process of design and implementation. So we hosted the second annual conference with the theme Leadership for Transforming Institutions. And as part of this conference, we engaged non-governmental organizations in Turkey. Also, we had a roundtable with sister project representatives with whom we talked about solidarity building, common strategies, ways of overcoming certain challenges, and sustainability. And then there was also a workshop on digital activism where 90 participants, most of them students, learned about editing Wikipedia to expand content on feminist leaders and history of the women's movement. Another community engagement, stakeholder engagement that we value a lot in our JEP process is the engagement of students. So given that students are very important constituents of the university, we try to include as many activities as we can to have them on board in JEP design and implementation. As part of the Sabancı University's JEP implementation process, the project classes were designed and coordinated by Ilayda, where students made podcasts, and you can see the names of the podcasts on the slide, on cyberbullying, on gender equality at the university, on feminist digital activism. Last March, we had a workshop on digital activism, and students are now also implementing and starting their own projects, as in the case of a computer science and engineering student at Sabancı University, who started his own gender equality Wikipedia project through gearing roles and the JEP process. And then we also incorporate JEP activities and discussions on gender equality and higher education in our own classes. Such as you can see the names there on anthropology of the body, on myths of gender, on narrative memories of war and political violence, or gender and politics. We incorporate discussions on gender equality in higher education and get students involved with interactive activities. And finally, in terms of student and young people's involvement, there was our Humanarium event, as all of you know, very recently on March 11th, the Queer Feminist Workshop, in other words, the Humanarium event, which was designed in collaboration with illustrators from Turkey, Aslı Alpar, Melis Yılmaz, and Bartu Akürek, where illustrators talked about queer feminist humor in tackling resistances with examples from Turkey and beyond, and 38 participants from 9 countries practiced using feminist queer art and illustrating for handling resistances to gender equality reform in universities. So we had a lot of fun while learning how to illustrate and resist. Before I finished, here is a list of some recently implemented and planned actions. We have now a new gender equality officer who will join us tomorrow in the pairing event. We are very happy to announce a recent action, which is the assignment of a gender in research contact point, who has already started gender disaggregated data collection and research and capacity building for gender integration in research. As part of the project office at Sabancı University, we have training scheduled for higher administration researchers as well as administrative staff. And as part of the UNICEF project, we will be implementing the survey on gender-based violence in collaboration with sister project implementing universities in Turkey and other countries. I will very briefly talk about challenges and resistances. I'll just name them and we can talk about them in detail if there are questions. Some of the overt and covert resistances we faced were when trying to bridge the academic and administrative divide, such as, and one concrete example was the inclusion of sexual harassment clause in the syllabi. That's where we met some resistance. Allocation of resources for certain actions is an area of resistance. Implementing women-only actions and positive discrimination is definitely an area of resistance, with facing with claims about meritocracy and reverse discrimination. Ensuring gender balance in university events and committees has also faced with resistance. And then there are some overall challenges in the university that also make it difficult for JEP implementation, such as the ongoing restructuring in the university with frequent changes in personnel makes it hard for us to institutionalize the JEP process. We have to start anew and start talking and discussing and negotiating with new people all the time. Centralized and non-participatory decision-making and bureaucratization and managerialization in the university also challenge the JEP process. On a more and more macro level is the absence of a national gender action plan and or any incentives for universities or research organizations to implement gender actions is a problem. And another one, which might be, I think, is shared by other countries as well, is the rising anti-gender mobilizations that target gender studies and policies, which definitely affect institutional policies and gender studies as well. So thank you very much for listening to me. I'll stop here and then we can continue in discussion, hopefully.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gülrü, and thank you very much for the time management also. Next, we have our partner from Portugal, Maria Lucinda Fonseca from the Institute of Geography and Spatial Planning, IGOT, of the University of Lisbon. Lucinda is a full professor at IGOT, director of the PhD program in Migration Studies and coordinator of the research cluster Migration, Spaces and Societies at the Center of Geographical Studies. Her current research focus includes, on one hand, new migration forms, migration and regional development, and the links of human migration with demographic, economic, and social and environmental transformation. And on the second hand, institutional change for gender equality in research and higher education. Lucinda, your 10 minutes start now.
Thank you very much, Xavier, for your kind words. Good morning, everyone, and my apologies for not being able to join you in Tartu, and also greetings from the Lisbon team. Well, I will share with you the process of implementation of our JEP, some of the achievements and also some resistances. Well, our JEP was approved in September 2020 by the Dean, and it was the design was as follow the co-creative process. So with strong participation of faculty members, researchers, non-academic staff, and also the dean, so all the people in leadership positions and the students, of course. The JEP counts on 35 measures and actions among 8 areas of intervention, which include mission and institutional change, leadership and participation within the school's decision-making bodies, student recruitment and trajectories, recruitment and academic career progression, mainstreaming in gender in research and in the CV, work, personal life balance, and sexism and sexual harassment. Regarding the implementation process, so a task force has been appointed, which includes the core group, the Goering Roles team, and representatives of government bodies, academic and non-academic staff, and students. An equality committee has been appointed as well, and several working groups have been created in relation with the main areas of interventions. Regarding the main achievements, one very, very important is mission and institutional culture in order to take this project sustainable. So this process of institutional change was very important, and an institutional commitment with the promotion of gender equality was assumed by the competent and governed bodies, and it's visible in the creation of a section, IGOT Mais Igual, More Equal, and the CG, which is our research unit, More Equal, in their respective websites. And also another important element is the incorporation into the status of the CG research unit, the commitment to follow the principles expressed in the European Charter for Researchers, in the Code of Conduct for the Recruitment of Researchers, and in the Systematic Action for Gender Equality. So this is really very important for the sustainability of the project. Because it's in the status of our research unit, and we are in a process of revision of the status of IGOT as well, in which we intend to incorporate the same kind of article. So the creation of a commission for equality, for the promotion of all forms of equality and against discrimination, collection of information disaggregated by sex that is included in IGOT's and CG's annual reports, and they are available in the website of both organizations. Some efforts have been made in order to promote the use of inclusive language in the official and institutional communication and reports, and raising awareness of gender inequality. Regarding women's leadership and participation within the school decision bodies, so in fact, the participation of women in the school decision-making bodies slightly increased, and we benefited here from a very favorable external environment because we have a national strategy to promote gender equality, and our government is also playing a very important role in this respect. So we managed to make a revision of the procedures for appointing jury members, for master and PhD defendants, as well as for the selection of applicants for research positions to ensure a more balanced participation of men and women. Guidelines have been defined to stop the appointment of juries exclusively composed of men and to promote the balanced representation of men and women. And you can see this if we compare, since we have a good system of collection of indicators now, you can see some important achievements. For instance, if we look at the school council composition, we can see that the share of women now is 44.5%. And when we started the project in December 2018 was 36.4%. If we look at the management board, also big progress has been achieved. If we move to the scientific council, even though we didn't yet comply with 40%, which is mentioned in the Portuguese law. So since January 2020, we should have 40%, but important progress has been achieved. In the pedagogic council, we keep the same, but there are only 3 people, and in the previous pedagogic council, it was the opposite, so 66.7 women and 33% men. So there is a kind of alternative positions, which is not bad. And we can also see some of the achievements that are the outcome of the new rules to appoint jury members. So if we compare the situation before the project, so between 2016, 2019, the share of participation of women was much lower than it is now in 2021. So big progress here as well. But not so good news regarding the recruitment and academic career progression. So the share of women in the faculty, the teaching staff slightly increased, but there is an increasing vertical segregation. As you can see, there is a decrease in the percentage of women that are full professors and associate professors, but it's the result of the fact that some women retired, and since we are having financial restrictions, so we are waiting for new opportunities for recruitment. But we have managed to recruit some assistant professors. So there is a slight increase here. Regarding gender and research, some important activities have been developed. The establishment of a working group for mainstreaming gender in research. Many training workshops have been promoted thanks to Yellow Window and others. The Isabel Andre Prize for Gender Equality in Geography, it's a biannual prize, was launched. And so this gives visibility to the relevance of promoting a gender perspective in research. And we have also promoted several events, including the last one.
2 minutes, Lucinda.
Celebrate, okay. So gender in the curriculum, we have also developed several training workshops, and we can see big improvement if we look at a number of courses in different programs, undergraduates and master, that now have included a gender perspective. Regarding work-life balance, a revision of the regulation of working hours and flexible working arrangements for administrative staff, and adjustment of work meetings and commitments to take place during work hours and so on. And regarding, finally, sexism and sexual harassment, the creation of specific mechanisms for filing complaints in case of discrimination, moral harassment, sexual harassment, and other violence, and so on. Regarding resistances, of course, I've listed here several resistances related to each one of the intervention areas. I'm not going to read them, but I'm happy to give more details during the discussion. There are also, of course, some other general resistances from faculty and researchers, both men and women, students, and some people in positions of power. But despite all these difficulties, I would finish with a positive note that in fact now gender equality is on the agenda. We have also good news at the level of the university. A gender equality plan has been approved very recently, and also some synergies have been created with external collaboration with external stakeholders, the Commission for Equality and Citizenship, the Secretary of State, and also other schools of our university and other universities. So that's difficult, of course, but we are aware of the problems, and we never gave up, and we believe that, and we are aware that that's a slow process, but I think there are some important achievements already. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Lucinda, and also congratulations for the work, like the rest of the GEP implementers. So last but not least, it's the turn of our Gearing Roles Coordinator, Deusto University. The Gender Equality Plan will be presented by Laia Tarragona. Laia is the project manager of the Gearing Roles project and also a PhD researcher at the University of Deusto. She has a legal background, she has a broad experience in research project management, and has worked as an independent consultant on hate speech and counter-speech strategies, and is one of the founders of the Observatorio Proxy. Previously, she has worked as associate lawyer at an international law firm, and her current research interests include inequality, gender, and migration. Laia, the floor is yours.
Good morning or good afternoon to everyone. So I will be presenting on behalf of the University of Deusto. So let me give you some data first on our institution, which is useful to understand some of our key achievements and also some of our challenges. So the University of Deusto is a private university and is a Jesuit university. It's old, it has a long tradition. It was founded at the end of the 19th century, and it currently has 6 faculties. In terms of gender data, in terms of staff, 60% of the employees of Deusto are women, and out of the 10,600 students, 66% are female students and 44% are male students. There continues to be a clear divide between STEM and non-STEM fields, with female students clearly being underrepresented in STEM. As far as leadership is concerned, the rector is a man. It has always been previous rectors have always been men. And there is a majority of men in the members of the governance structures, being 66%. This is a bit more balanced at the level of faculties, in which 63% are women. We have had 3 gender equality plans at the University of Deusto. The first was in 2008, and it was limited to working conditions. The second one in 2017, which had 16 actions with an uneven degree of compliance, of implementation. And the current gender equality plan, which was approved in 2020, and which was a great qualitative step forward. And gearing roles played a fundamental role in this current gap. In fact, we can say that it was a game changer for us at Deusto. Our gap is a 2-year plan. In fact, we're now in our final months of implementation. It has 63 actions in these 7 dimensions you can see on the slide. We have achieved a lot in these last 2 years in the implementation of our gender equality plan. And in these final months of this gap, we are pushing hard to complete many more actions. In any case, I will highlight now what we consider to be our main achievements. Some are the direct result of specific actions of the plan, and some are more general and less tangible, but key for the institutional change we aim for. So firstly, I would like to highlight the change of attitude towards gender equality that we have, that has taken place among the leadership at the University of Deusto. A very basic example is that a few years ago, the very use of the concept gender was generally absent in the discourses and institutional communications at the university, and now it has become common and generally used at the discourses and communications at the highest level of the university. Also, the participation of members of the leadership, for example, the rector, is now normal and expected in all gender-related events at the university, such as the 8th of March or the 25th of November. Likewise, there's been a great improvement in strengthening the institutional and external work networks of the university. It is now a lot easier for the University or to get the University of Deusto to commit to formal agreements and to specific commitments on gender equality than before. For example, this year, Deusto has signed a formal agreement to participate in the UN Women Initiative called Generation Equality, which is led by the Basque Institute of Women. And this agreement contains specific commitments related to leadership. Or another example is at the beginning of this year also, the University of Deusto adhered to the Where Are the Women campaign, which is led by the Spanish office of the European Parliament. Secondly, it is also important to mention how the core group involved in implementing the gender equality plan has been strengthened since the approval of this gap, and now goes beyond the given roles team. This core team includes not only teachers and researchers, but also people from different departments across the university. And this group has led and supported many of the actions and continues to do so. And we see the core group as key for the sustainability of the gender equality plan beyond given roles. Thirdly, we have a training offer on a range of matters related to gender equality, from trainings on mainstreaming gender in research to trainings on non-sexist language. And this is now systematic in our training offer. We have here one of our main achievements of the gender equality plan, which are the guidelines for mainstreaming gender in teaching and research, which are now right in the print. and which are tailored to Deusto's teaching model and our own specificities and ecosystem. Also, we have this year announced the award Benita Assessment Terola, and we have secured 7,000 euros of funding from a banking institution. We have, of course, faced many resistances and challenges in the implementation of this plan. I will not go through all of them, but I would highlight the minimization or trivialization of the problem of gender equality in our university, though this is improving more and more as the time goes by and the actions of the GAP are implemented. So what next? As I said, we're in the final months of our GAP. So fundamental steps will be the evaluation of this plan and the diagnosis for the next plan, and also the design, of course, and approval of the fourth GAP at the University of Deusto. As key actions, we think it is important to continue dynamizing the core group and to expand and strengthen networks and institutional commitments of the University of Deusto. And this is it from now. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I mean, as normal in these things, I mean, timing is an issue, but still I would like to devote a bit of time, at least to some questions. I think we got a couple in Slido. And I would ask my partners here present to join me in the scenario, because I mean, it's a big moment for all of us. We haven't seen each other for a very long time. If I may, I'm going to take the second question, the first one, and I'm going to pose it basically to all my GAP implementing partners. So formal compliance without cultural change is a challenge everywhere. How can we address this? And I will sort of rephrase it, if I hope that the author of this question wouldn't mind, because I think it has to do also with sustainability. So the project has provided a push for implementing the gender equality plans, so it's definitely a challenge to see what will happen afterwards. So maybe we'll start basically the other way around. I can start maybe with the coordinator and ask the rest of the partners.
So yeah, as you were saying, Green Roles project has been a great push for all our institutions. I would say that in our case at the University of Deusto, this has been even more important because we are the coordinating entity. I think the force or the impact of Green Roles goes beyond the project and also beyond the gender equality plans. It brings gender equality at the center of the public debate, and I think this is part of this broader change we talk, and we need to, in order to see real gender equality in our institutions.
Thank you. Karin, your thoughts on this?
Yes, as I said in my speech, that awareness rising is a priority. If people are more aware of the issue and understand the depth of a problem, so the more people you have on board and less resistance. So, and this goes with culture.
Okay, thank you. What about you, Lucinda? Any thoughts about the next steps, the future? And you're muted, I'm afraid.
Oh, sorry. So for us, to ensure the sustainability, we made a big effort to include this commitment in the status of our research unit and also at the level of the institute, and to create a monitoring and evaluation mechanisms that are public. So I think this is really very important, and also the creation of this commission for equality. So this and changes in the rules in many things. So it's not only specific actions, but if we managed to change the rules, this will promote changes, of course. It's a slow process, there are resistances, but I believe that these will have a very important impact in the future. And also changes that the favorable external environment is also very, very important for us, of course, because we are a small institute in the biggest university in Portugal, but once things are changing at the level of the university as well, there is some hope.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gülrü, what about you? How you see it in Sabancı University?
Thank you very much for this question. I think it's very important for us as well. Institutionalization and sustainability are important challenges that we need to think more about. And one aspect of institutionalization, I think, that relates to the question on cultural change is to have more and more people involved so that people can carry on the change that is undergoing. And that's, I think, the unique part about gearing rules as compared to other projects that have been implemented previously is this participatory aspect that enables this kind of innovation and internalization by bringing together different people, NGOs, students, and I think we need to do that more to create solidarities, not just in the university, but also with outside of the university as well. And that's also, I think, is a key way to handle these anti-gender challenges.
Thank you very much. Roman, please.
Yeah, I agree. This is one of the key questions. The fact is that the gender equality plan, at least at the Faculty of Arts, was adopted primarily because of the Gearing Kroll project, but also because of the requirement by the European Commission in the Horizon Europe framework, which now requires gender equality plan. So these are both top-down approaches to adoption of gender equality plan, and in that way it was easier to adopt that. But I agree that it is at the end the question of culture, the question of how the bottom-up approach should be taken in order to not have some kind of a plan which is just on the piece of paper and then nothing happens. Very concretely, what seemed to be working at the Faculty of Arts, at least from what I know and what I have seen, are focus groups with different groups of people at the faculty, primarily focus group with our administrative staff, seem to open up the space for them to talk about these issues because they don't usually have the opportunities to tell their own stories. And through these focus groups, or it can be roundtable debates, it can be days of gender equality, the program that we have, or this annual event that we now have at the faculty, but basically opening up space where these issues can be discussed, can be moderated, and can be shown that each of us in one way or another through our professional but also personal life is connected to any kind of gender issue. So this opening up space, and in that sense making some sensibility among all of us, I think this is the bottom-up approach that helped and will be helpful for the future for the implementation of gender equality plan. It's a awareness rising approach, I guess. I'm not smarter than that. I guess this is the main way we can do that. And it, of course, to change the culture, it's not one click, it is a long process, and one has to be persistent.
And finally, Anne?
Thank you. I think indeed the change process is something that takes place in the long term. And we need to remember that we have to keep an eye on both the short term with a view of making changes in the long term. And there is a very good paper by De Vries and Van den Brink on this called the bifocal approach, which I strongly recommend you read if you're interested in looking at this. In terms of how to get to structural change and to get to change in the long term, I think we have to identify and leverage the pockets of interest and activities that are happening in institutions. And I think they are happening in all institutions, just to different degrees. So certainly in my own institution, what we have been working towards is identifying what was happening and trying to web those activities together, creating this supportive network internally so that we could leverage those internal change makers and collectively have more of an impact. Of course, as part of the project, it has been fantastic because we've also been able to extend that network externally and learn from others. But another thing that I would recommend for getting to structural change is to make sure that we are properly equipped. And this is with knowledge, making sure that we have the gender and diversity knowledge that we need and that we don't necessarily take it for granted. There is always something to learn, no matter where you are, just in your journey on the gender expertise. But some more practical tools and methods. And in the project, I've personally benefited greatly from the work that has been done by Yellow Window and with participative auditing tools and diagnostic tools. We're using that, but also other creative methodologies. And I know that Sabancı University, for example, and others are also using humor and creative methodologies. We are experimenting now with theater methods in order to recruit and co-opt the people that are ready to be convinced and want to just be more engaged with this work. Maybe one thing that I would recommend is there are people that just are not interested. And one thing that I just do not do anymore is spend time just trying to convert people that just don't want, just focusing on the middle ones that just are interested in having a conversation and changing one little thing. Starting with changing one little thing is already something good towards creating cultural change. And then finally, if people are not aware of it, there are other projects that have great resources. And one of the ones that has been particularly useful to me has been the Gender Equality Academy project. If people want to just get inspiration, tools, methods, content, it's just really, really a very good starting point.
Thank you very much. And actually, that was a wonderful way of closing this session. I mean, we have already stolen from the audience 10 minutes more from what we have planned. I'm aware that we have some additional questions there in the Slido, some of them directed specifically to some of our speakers. But I mean, you will have the slides, you will have contact information, and the Gearing Roles project will still be running for a couple of months. So anything that you want to know about our work, please ask us. And I'd just like to finalize once again congratulating all of our GEP implementing partners for the huge amount of work that they have been doing in these more than 3 years now that we have of the project. Thank you.
Be on Estonian Academy and gender. And first we have Helen Urmann, who will present a study Gender Equality in Estonian Science, Current Situation and Ways of Improving. And Helen Urmann is a thematic leader in the fields of education and science at the Center for Applied Social Sciences, and teaches politics and governance at the University of Tartu. She has been an analyst and project manager in various research projects focusing on social and political equity, ethics and policymaking. Helen was also a leading analyst in a study of gender equality in Estonian science. So please, Helen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I'm really glad to see you all here. So today I want to talk about a little study we conducted in the Center for Applied Social Sciences, and which we finished last year, and which focuses mainly on the situation of gender equality in Estonian science. So why was it necessary? We started this conference off with educational statistics. So when we look at the statistics, we can see that more women than men actually attain or acquire higher education. But when we look at the proportion of women that actually end up in the higher academic positions, this percentage is way smaller. which leads us to think whether or is there certain leaky pipeline problem. Where do these women go? So this was actually the main aim and reason of this study, to first of all understand what the situation in Estonian research is like, and also to kind of look at the factors that contribute to this situation. Why do we see the picture that we will see? A little bit about how we approached the study. So we studied data of 6 public universities and 7 public research and development institutions. So we actually collected data from Estonian research information system to kind of understand the outcomes of researchers' work. So the number of publications, projects, supervisions. We also acquired data from Universities Estonia or Rektorite Nõukogu to look at wage statistics, and collected data from different institutions that participated in this study to understand the human resources side. So for example, to see how the mobility is like, and kind of data that is not available in other databases. We also conducted interviews, so personal and focus group interviews with different groups, policymakers, representatives of institutes, as well as academic staff members from different institutions, from different fields of education, as well as people who work on different positions. And we also interviewed doctoral students as they are the research at the start of their journey. When we look at the overall picture, it may actually seem that the situation is quite good. So the proportion of men and women in Estonian science is rather equal, and it actually has increased over the past 10 years, 2.3% to be more precise. But it is also important to understand that this is only a general picture. So when we look at that more specific levels, for example, on the levels of institution or positions, or even the fields of education or fields of research that people are working in, we see differences. For example, one of the main differences actually can be seen in the proportion of women in different academic positions. So when we look at this data, we see that the highest position, professors, only 24% of professors are women. And it is quite the opposite for starting academic positions or positions that involve very much teaching, for example, teacher and assistant positions. So almost 3/4 of teachers and assistants are women. At the same time, it is also important to note that there are kind of 2 different pathways in academic career. So there are certain positions that involve more teaching and certain positions that involve more of doing research. So when we look at the research part or pathway, we also see that the starting positions in this pathway, which would be junior researcher and researcher, the situation there is way more equal. But then again, it raises the question, where do women go as we move higher on this hierarchy of positions? So why do we see this picture? Well, there are probably several factors that contribute to this. First of all, maybe caused by the inequalities that have described the research system or system of family policies previously. So academic career and career path itself, it is a long process, and also advancing on this career path is a very long process, which means that the inequality we see here may actually go back several decades. For example, to inflexible family policies in the 1990s, which might have caused some women to take career breaks and not return to research. Also, what came out from our study, women are usually allocated tasks that involve teaching. And while teaching is a lovely task to do, it also prevents, to a certain extent, people from publishing and doing research, which is an important criteria for moving upwards in a position. Furthermore, another difference that is quite apparent is the proportion of women in different fields of science. We can actually see that there is gender segregation. So natural sciences and engineering fields of research actually have a lot less women there, so about 30%, and the amount of women or the proportion of women has actually remained relatively unchanged over the past 10 years. At the same time, culture, society, and health-related sciences are quite heavily populated with women. So there are around and above 60% women there. Why is this difference caused? Well, this segregation was perceived as a problem that goes back to primary education. So participants actually felt that boys were more encouraged in hard sciences, at the same time girls more encouraged in soft sciences. So this affected their choice of specialty. Also, skills related to succeeding in these fields were gendered. So for culture and health, skills such as understanding emotions, social skills, caretaking abilities were associated with being successful there, but these were also skills that were perceived feminine. And vice versa, for hard sciences, precision, physical work, risk-taking, experimenting were seen as important skills there, but those skills were also perceived masculine. Maybe the main takeaway from our research is how gender equality or inequality is perceived in Estonian research landscape. So it was not perceived as a problem, except for maybe certain groups of people we interviewed. So policymakers and representatives of institutes did see it as a bigger problem, but academic staff didn't really perceive it as a problem. And this is due to several factors again. Entering academic landscape and advancing on academic career path is based on criteria. So these criteria-based decisions, for example, the number of publications or projects or supervisions, is something that is based on in advancing people in their career. And there is a belief that once there is equal criteria, this equality in turn creates equal opportunities for people, which in turn creates equality. So there is a notion that research cannot be unequal because it is so heavily criteria-based. Differences that people did see in men and women, or the proportion of men and women in different occasions, were actually attributed to personal choices rather than some inflexibilities in the system. And also what is interesting is that while gender balance, or moving towards gender balance, and diversity was perceived very important in making, so to say, good science, good decisions, there was a reluctance to change the system itself, or to apply measures in order to increase either the number of men or women in certain fields. More so, when looking at the documents of different institutions, we did note that equality, equal treatment, and diversity were not really principles that were widely covered in the documents. Any problems that maybe institutions or representatives described were seen as matters of, for example, working culture or relationships within the working groups. So, for example, if a student complained about grades and lecturers' behavior, it was seen more as a matter of academic ethics than a potential case of unequal treatment. But granted, at the time of conducting this study, many of the institutions were actually in the middle of the process of creating these formal documents. So by now, there might be some formal principles that have been put down. Now it is a question of how and whether these have been implemented in the working culture. Also, the level of detail for academic staff for work tasks is very different. Which means that the role of management or director of work groups, for example, is very big. And sometimes management does decisions and are not aware of how or of what the effects of these decisions are. For example, participants described that women are often given more teaching tasks, which prevented them from, again, doing research, publishing, which in turn meant that they had difficulties in moving up in academic positions. And what is more concerning is that there was a level of uncertainty in recognizing unequal treatment. So people were unsure who to turn to. Should they witness or experience unequal treatment? And there also was reluctance to turn to anyone for help, because there was a wide belief that any of these cases wouldn't be solved. Now, I briefly want to talk about also the factors that influence the choices that academic staff do, and which may explain the picture we have seen before. So to start off, why people end up in research landscape. There were two main motivations that people described for entering academic field. First of all, or for some, it was a strategic decision. So people wanted to bring their knowledge outside research to research and vice versa. But also, more often, people were becoming part of academic family, let's put it that way, unintentionally. So people might have been involved with research projects already during their earlier studies, or maybe their supervisors or colleagues advised them to take up doctoral studies, and so they stayed in academic field. Also, just a brief overview of the factors that influence people's academic career. It is important to note here that gender equality or inequality is a complex issue, and several factors can occur at once. So these factors that I have presented here are not isolated from one another. Rather, the inequalities rise or are even magnified when these different factors work together. So, for example, when structural factors work together with stereotypes or social attitudes. One of the main factors that influenced academic career was research system, or more specifically, the inflexibility of the system. There is a presumption of linear career path which does not support career breaks. And even though there are measures that have been used to kind of overcome this problem, still it is quite artificial in the minds of academic staff. So even when it has been taken account, or the time that people have spent away has been taken account, when people return from their leave, they do have to kind of start all over again. So they have to apply for projects again, find financing, which thus also delays projects, publications that are relevant in order to move up in their position. Which also actually brings us to personal choices. So people face a decision whether, firstly, to take a career break or not to take. And if they do take a break, should they leave early to catch up, or should they work while they're on the leave? And mostly this affects the women, as many household chores still are something that women are mostly involved with. Also, the organization culture that I previously mentioned can be a big factor. So the way how the tasks are allocated may affect greatly how or which career opportunities people have. And also the research landscape itself is inherently hierarchical. So decision-making bodies or the members of these bodies have become the members due to their obligations or work tasks. Which also means that the inequality we saw on the level of positions is probably an equality we will see in decision-making bodies. And finally, participants in the study also mentioned gender stereotypes and gendered social norms that still can affect their decisions, starting from which specialty to choose up to whether they should continue their academic career. So to conclude, there is almost equal number of men and women in research, but the imbalances can be seen when we look at on the level of, for example, academic positions, fields of research, or even we do see differences in the number of men and women across institutions. There are several factors, including structural ones and social ones, that result in gender inequalities still. And research landscape itself is believed to be equal, and any inequalities or any differences that have been apparent have been attributed to people's personal choices. People still are unaware of how to react to situations of unequal treatment and are reluctant to complain, which is a problem, especially in a case when the situations are very serious. And finally, some recommendations or something to keep in mind. It may have become better embedded in documents, in formal documents at least. But it should be also a matter of work culture. So different trainings should be, for example, implemented or support at least understanding and noticing any problems that may arise and may cause gender inequalities. Also, these concerns or the topic of gender inequality is not institution specific. So any interagency kind of guidelines or documents that would help or give an idea or approach how to solve these cases could help. It is important that the system itself would be flexible. So if the system supports academic staff, especially when we talk about career leaves or even flexible mobility options, the inequalities should lessen. And also, when we talk about the effect of primary education, for example, in creating stereotypes, it is perhaps also an idea to look into teaching teachers. So what to do, or what's the role of teacher training and schools' autonomy, how we can address this there. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, very much. And there are a couple of questions from Slido. So can we have the questions, please? Yes. So very interesting deep dive into the specific context. First question, does framing the issue as a leaky pipeline reinforce the rhetoric of choice? So that was the first question. And the second question is, are women leaving disproportionately, or are men more likely to move through up? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so could you take the question?
Mm-hmm. Maybe we'll start off the second question. Well, we do see problem in different levels. So yeah, we do talk about the fact that more women, for example, acquire higher education, but now we face a problem of less men actually coming to higher education. I'm not really sure, based on this data, if I can say that women leave disproportionately. I do know that there are certain problems or certain kind of gender-wise turnarounds in certain fields. For example, in social sciences, where men tend to leave academic career in order to pursue their personal career or personal interests. And also in favor of higher salary, for example. So maybe we can see differences in some fields, but I can't really say based on this data how this looks like.
And yes, and the second question, how should part-time academic employees be evaluated in the regular academic evaluation? Should they comply the minimum criteria of a full-time employee? Mm-hmm. So part-time working.
Mm-hmm. So right now it is they really are assessed based on the minimum criteria of a full-time employee. So based on the part, how big, how much they work there. Let's put it that way. I'm not really sure how to kind of solve this problem or how this should be assessed. This is a matter of institutional choices. However, any part-time academic employees realistically still do more work and get more work done. So theoretically, minimum criteria for a full-time employee should be taken account. Whether it is actually taken account, again, I cannot be sure of. We heard different perspectives and different experiences during our study.
Yes, did I get you right that the gender pay gap in humanities, social science is part of the problem in men leaving from these fields? So
yes.
High paid men leave?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So sad to hear. Well, thank you, Helen. We have a little present for you also. So,
like that.
And hope you will have new data on this important field of research in Estonia, the academy and gender. And what we learned is that gender problems are structural, they are not individual problems. And They are connected with very many things in life, included salary. And next we have a researcher and associate professor from Tallinn University, Triin Roosalu, who has been a major researcher at the project of reducing gender wage gap and has been a leading researcher doing qualitative interviews among employers and also workers, and can explain why gender wage gap does not disappear, although it is in Estonia getting smaller and smaller, but still remaining quite big. But Triin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And let me first start with a confession that I totally don't like people who only come for their presentation, but unfortunately I am in the situation today, and I'm glad that I can join you from the distance. And yes, let's talk about this money, which is something that we try to avoid, especially in the context of academia. And I was following the last presentation. I also know this study well, and it was there's so many other things wrong that the gender pay gap seems, of course, the question why, and I'm trying to see how, or with my presentation, to go over the gender pay gap as a topic and see are those same things relevant for academia? But of course, you can decide based on the previous presentation also. So let me see how I can change the slides. So first question, like interactive question to you, and try to think, do you know what the gender wage gap right now is in your country or in your field of activity? Or in your own organization, maybe in your occupational position, other people like you, and not only in your organization. Do you know what the gender wage gap there is? What about in your age group in general? What about if you compare yourself with parents or non-parents, the other group that you are not yourself? So these are the questions that among the questions that we try to analyze and did analyze in this recent project on the size of gender wage gap. But I think I am pretty sure that you don't know all of those answers to the question, even the ones of you who really do know a couple of answers to these questions. Now, another question, why should I know? So what does it really matter for you if you know? And there are some things to be said about knowledge being or not being the power, because it also can make you more miserable knowing what the gender wage gap is, no matter what size of the gender wage gap you really are yourself, because you may feel kind of embarrassed, as some of our interviewers in this recent study were saying. So no matter what side of the gender wage gap they are, they don't really are happy. They're not really happy knowing it. So in this project, part of the ways that we try to communicate with people about the research and the results was a meme competition. We had several art-related ways to express, and I just brought here one work from the student competition on memes. And this is quite telling. So a student had clearly understood that we don't talk about gender wage gap, and maybe we shouldn't. So if someone asks, what about the wage gap? You say, shh, be polite. Don't bring this topic up. This is not something we really talk about. There are other things. And the project that I take most of the insight right now is is at the very final stage, basically finished. You can look up the results on their website. It was supported by the ETAG program RITA and by European money as part of it. So these important things have been now mentioned. And let's just go and ask you, when you were thinking of gender wage gap, what were you really thinking about? Because there are so many different ways that people understand what gender wage gap is. And there are at least 4 relevant definitions that really are important to follow and to know. So most people would agree. This is not only a quantitative, this is a qualitative insight, but also quantitatively in Estonia, most people would agree that for same job, you should have same pay. There is a little more difficulty in place when we ask, should equal work be rewarded with equal pay? And at first instance, it's yes, of course. And then when you ask yourself again, well, what is an equal work? What work is equal to mine? What other work which doesn't have? And then, of course, the hardliners will ask, but no one does the same job. So many interviewees in our study who were both managers and also employees, they said, yes, of course, we don't pay differently by the same job, but since people are different, like, no, you don't want me to say that any one of my people is exactly like any other of my people. So they also don't do the same job, no matter how we call the job. So yes, I guess there are differences in there. So we are pretty flexible, I guess, as people, when it comes to what is it same or what is equal, and also understanding what is gender wage gap. What is the relevant aspect of gender wage gap for you or for your organization? So we get those 3 different words: pay parity, there's equal pay, and pay equity. Also, what is fair? What does feel fair? But when we usually talk about gender wage gap, we do this very simple thing on analyzing the hourly earning gap. So everyone who is employed, men and women, we calculate their hourly earning for their gender, and then we compare it, and so we get to the gender pay gap. We can calculate it for a country, for a sector, for an organization. And that's where mostly people say, why would I want to even do it for my organization? Like maybe you have so few people that you say, we just have 2 managerial positions and 5 other positions. And obviously it's a family organization. Maybe we won't be just hiring gender-based leadership. And so it may feel that it doesn't make sense to analyze it even. But the point is that it always does make sense to analyze it, but you have to be able to explain why you got those results. And obviously we can choose who to count in. Are we comparing people at the same level in the organization, at the same hierarchy, at the same position really, with the same employment experience in this field or overall? So there are different things that we may want to consider on the organization or in the sector. So there is flexibility. And if I would say, I would really recommend that the organizations think through what they want to know about their gender wage gap and why they want to do it. But they shouldn't shy away from knowing it. They should be just able to explain why this is a very good gender wage gap for their organization. So there are certain comparability reasons why we need some definitions that we often or mostly follow. So Eurostat has continued calculating gender pay gap across European countries according a specific methodology. In Estonia, the statistical office is calculating gender wage gap again for comparability over time. The definition, what they are using, is very clear, even though it is different from the definition that is used at Eurostat. So you can bump into different numbers, and what matters is that you know what you're comparing, and you know what the number actually includes. So this was the key part of what I wanted to say. The second, so I'm looking at the European countries are listed here, and there are 3 different sectors, and I don't really need you to see it. It's quite enough that I see the small numbers, but there are 3 sectors. So there's a business and economy sector, there's manufacturing sector, and then there is professional, scientific and technical activities sector, where then academia is belonging to, but also along with other things, other activities. So I'm highlighting here Estonian data on gender wage gap in those fields, in those sectors, 2018. So in business and economy sector, we had 23%. This is Eurostat calculations, the definition. In manufacturing, 25%. And in professional, scientific and technical activities overall, just 11% of gender wage gap. So I would say to those men in humanities, they shouldn't necessarily run away because of the pay thing. But here comes this other topic. So gender wage gap versus what feels fair. So the pay level in humanities and the pay level in some other fields, even in academia, just are different. Now we can ask, is the work they do very different according to those different branches in academia? And should there be different pay levels? But instead, we can calculate it as we ordinarily do, and then we say overall there does appear to be less of a gender wage gap in these activities. Now, just we have to be mindful that there are technical activities, scientific activities, professional activities. So academia, actually the numbers are very different from these. But this is the charm with the numbers, right? If we have more time and we go into those numbers, we can explain it away. You can also see that in some countries it works totally differently. It is the professional, scientific and technical activities where the gender pay gap is higher. So this is all to say that gender wage gap is an important, while flexible thing. It is also relevant for universities, not only because universities have to carry out analysis about it. And I think this is an important thing, but it is also a thing that is affecting universities. And I'm really glad that this project that you just heard about, the previous presentation, was carried out with getting recent data. There have been other projects on career inequalities in Estonia in this regard. So we know that gender wage gap is due to so many different ways how we do gender inequality, also in universities, in academia, and in all those other workplaces. So to answer the question of why does gender wage gap occur? Okay, so it's just because we're bad people, right? And we don't want to believe we are bad people. So it so happens gender wage gap occurs very easily without us even noticing that it does it. And it just takes us to be very good people to fight it, to actually notice it and start fighting it. So as the previous presentation was ending on this note, there are so many different aspects that are wrong in creating gender inequality, and they all together end up supporting also gender wage gap. So I'm specifically highlighting attitudes, and this was also done in the previous presentation. So attitudes of employees who are okay with the levels of differences that they get, regardless of their which side they are. So attitudes of employers mean that they should decide to do things, and the attitudes of the state should be also understood as the policies and specific institutional settings. So we have figured out in our project on gender wage gap that we can fix the gap if we follow certain very simple things, and you can go to the project website to see more about it. And I should probably stop here.
Thank you, Triin. Yes, of course, the gender wage gap is a major problem when you start researching it, and there are lots of, it's so many-sided and so very deeply in the structure of our gender system. So please go to the project homepage and find more information, also more information about the art projects for which we use to communicating research results and also introducing and promoting the gender inequality issues in the society. So there was Kaisa Ling Thing and Fidelia Signerots, and also the drawing competitions for students and for pupils, and also the meme competition, which was very popular, and the results can be also seen at the homepage of the project. So yes, thank you, Triin. And are there any slide or questions? So maybe then I ask one question. So what is the main thing, a tip, what everybody can do when going back to their organizations and to start maybe thinking about the gender wage gap or reducing it? What is the main one thing?
So I would say that the main one thing is actually to get someone to calculate what it is and decide together what are the important ways how we want to know what our gender wage gap is. As I said, there's so many different ones, and not shy away from just knowing it. Because when you know it, you can start thinking about, does it feel fair? Maybe we have very good reasons for it to be what it is. Maybe we want to change something, and then you can start changing it. But I can be pretty sure that in many organizations, the kind of gender wage gap that you would want to know hasn't been communicated. So you can just go and ask, and just getting people starting answering the question is already starting the conversation and building the awareness.
Yes, sure. Then you say first calculate and then communicate. And then you will just start maybe the process of reducing gender wage gap at your organization, institution, and then generally in Estonia. So our time is... yes?
Just about the priority setting, I think this was great from Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe to decide to ask that every organization has to have some gender equality discussion plan in place. So those kinds of external shocks can be also useful, but they can be very easily dismissed within the organizations. So yeah, if you go and ask about it, that would be really a first important step.
Yes, and one tip is also that Tallinn University sociologists have also created some electronic tools for measuring gender wage gap. One is wage mirror, and it can be used by employers to measure the gender wage gap at their organization. It's done together with the statistics, and so it's it's available very soon, so it's not there on the page yet. But thank you, Triin. Time is running, and we will have one final and very important panel where Estonian influencers will take part and discuss about gender equality in academy and gender focus in research. So welcome Kristjan Vassil, who is the Vice Rector for Research and a Senior Research Fellow of Technology Studies in Johan Skytte Institute of Political Studies at University of Tartu. He has been the head of Center of IT Impact Studies, an integrated research and teaching program focusing on impact assessment of e-government and prototyping a new database predictive public e-services. In his research, he has focused on the impact of the ICTs on individual level behavior, impact assessment of e-governance and predictive modeling. So welcome, Kristjan Vassil. So we will have Anne Kahru, who is the fellow of the Estonian Academy of Sciences, leads the Laboratory of Environmental Toxicology in National Institute of Chemical Physics and Biophysics. She's one of the world top 1% cited scientists according to Clarivate Analytics. She is also a member of the evaluation committee of the Estonian Research Council, where also actively follows gender equality aspects in the science evaluation. She has participated in EU project Women in Research, Decision-Making and evaluated projects for young Estonian female scientists in the L'Oréal UNESCO Women in Science competition. So welcome, Anne Kahru. Marek Sammul, who is PhD, he's the director of University of Tartu Narva College, Estonia. He is an ecologist and an expert in sustainable development, including the social aspects of sustainable developments, which includes inclusion and also gender equality. He has been involved in many gender studies, including the study of Estonian men's attitude and behavior, Eurostudent 5, and evaluation of measure promotion of gender equality. He is the member of Gearing Roles Project Task Force Group since the start of the project in 2019. So welcome, Marek Sammul. Then we have Ester Oras, who is an associate professor in analytical chemistry and archaeology, head of the interdisciplinary alchemy research group, vice president of the Estonian Young Academy of Sciences. She has devoted herself to raising general awareness of gender stereotypes and equality in academia and outside it. She has published several articles and given interviews on gender roles and biases in the educational sector and leadership positions. She initiated the celebration of the International Day of Women and Girls in Science in Estonia in 2021. So welcome, Ester Oras. And then we have Maili Wilson. Maili Wilson is Deputy Head of Academic Affairs of the Johan Skytte Institute of Political Studies at the University of Tartu. She's also a PhD researcher in political science at the University of Tartu, and as such has taken her first steps in the academic career track. She contributed to a recent study of gender equality in Estonian Academy and was co-responsible for the analysis of the perspective of PhD students and junior researchers. So we have a prominent panel. And first, I will put a question about your own research and gender. So, and then we will talk about your institution and the gender equality policies there. But first, as a researcher, Can you reflect upon how gender focus has or could give new knowledge in your field, and also has implementation of gender focus in some research issues or questions been interesting for you, and has it made sense? So about your own research, so have you felt that gender focus has or could give new knowledge in your field? And has implementing of gender focus in your research issues been interesting for you, and has it made sense? So maybe we'll start from IT.
Yeah, okay.
IT is very important, and we have hierarchy of sciences.
Well, thank you, Barbi. In relation to my own research, gender hasn't been particularly prevalent, but I have studied the gender wage gap explicitly and published an article back in 2014. And I was there interested, and I think it still is a fascinating question, is the statistical properties of the gender wage gap, because what we've spoken today since morning is the observed wage gap, what we see if we look at the differences in means. But the phenomenon is much more complex if you dive into its statistical properties, and what's generally known is the explained and unexplained part of the wage gap, which was highlighted in the last presentation, and how do you disentangle those properties via statistical models is an interesting field of studies. And what we found in this study was surprisingly part of the unexplained, the discriminatory part, which is what we're interested in, is actually due to the fact that genders are not equal in their expectations toward the wages, meaning that men tend to ask and get more salaries, irrespective of whether they are entitled to begin with, due to their professional or experience or whatever status. So that gets kind of rolled into the model.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we will talk about that aspect. That's very important. But now, Marek Sammul, about ecology and your research. And you have analyzed men's behavior, so you are actually a gender researcher.
Yeah.
So it has probably been interesting for you.
Yeah, you might think that in biology, sex is kind of everything. And it's kind of funny that when I did my ecology research, I studied clonal propagation of plants, which is asexual reproduction, so to say. So I must say, in some plant communities, at least, sex is way overrated, and doesn't matter at all. Anyway, yes, I did some studies on pay gap. I was involved in, and the study of men, which was of course large study and influenced me a lot. Personally, at least, I hope we had some societal impact as well. What I've learned from there is that I recognize quite often situations where men are kind of underrepresented or unfavored. And we tend to overlook these positions in society in general. I remember a quote of some social worker saying that I don't work with gender issues. I help ill men at the remote areas, which is kind of a definition of a problem. So yeah, and that includes also higher education. It was said here, if you look at the perspective perspective, in maybe 20, 30 years, we will be having these discussions about how to support men in higher education, maybe, at least in some fields. And we should maybe talk way more in about the question that was also posted up here, and how do we try to diminish the segregation between fields in representation of men and women.
So did you mention that sometimes researchers are also gender blind, that they actually doing gender research, for instance, assisting or researching ill men in the remote areas? It's a gender research.
It was a social worker, so not an academic. But as an academics, of course, we all are. To an extent, we all are. It's even as a gender researchers, we every day learn new aspects of things we have neglected, perhaps. That's the other question Raili was talking this morning about. We need to have this mindset of looking at the other question all the time.
Yes, so include intersectionality, and then you actually can include gender to your research problem or work issue at once. All right, then we have Anne Kahru, toxicology. Does it have a gender aspect? Of course, you have been also evaluating programs, but what is your maybe? Have you had any gender focuses in your actual research?
Actually, my research is more like environmental toxicology, and our test organisms are, water fleas and algae, and there the gender is not so big thing. But also, we are currently preparing one EU project that is a scientific project, nothing with gender thing, but there always now are these compulsory questions about gender issues and so on. And I was surprised that there was one gender moment was written, that when we are doing experiments with animal cell lines, for example, then it is important to choose not only cell lines like that, but when there are primary cell lines, and it means that they are isolated from patients. It must be taken so that if they are from female patients or females or from males, because toxic compounds may act differently to depending on gender, because there is always a hormonal background and this. So I think in real toxicology, gender is definitely there. If there are tests with rats and mice, you must have usually 50-50, or sometimes they are avoiding female mice because they can be, they can be pregnant and so on, and that can mess up with the results. But gender is there, yeah.
Yes, so, but all the little creatures in environment and so...
they manage
so they do not have any gender
different ways, like parthenogenetically, like water fleas, they in certain stages they don't need males, yeah. But I think there must be certain stages. So nature is very creative.
Yes. So gender is more have more aspects when you come to the very small creatures. Yes. Now we go to chemistry and archaeology. So Esther Oras, does this area have any research problems where you can include gender aspect?
Yeah, absolutely. I think archaeology as such, being a social sciences and humanities, is very much loaded with all the gender aspects including. So first thing you do, you dug up the burial and you try to sex the person in there, meaning affiliated with the male or female or something like this. So in terms of my own research, absolutely the gender topic has been very relevant, especially recently in relation to the kind of the development of biomolecular methods that we apply to ancient materials. So for instance, maybe some of you read a couple of well, it was probably last year, the big news that actually there were female warriors in Viking Age world, and everybody was so astonished how is it possible that actually someone was a woman buried with a sword and, fully equipped as a warrior. So kind of trying to maybe destruct those barriers that we have built ourselves in terms of what is a female or male job or something like this. We actually have similar kind of example from right about here. So the famous, at least for archaeologists, the Karlova corded ware burial, so 5,000 years old burial that was supposed to be male for many, many years, just because this burial was found together with a battle axe. So an axe as an indicator of male warrior thing. Now with genomic and DNA analysis, we have concluded actually it was a she. So that kind of things that, help us to broaden our understanding of the past and thinking about what are our perceptions of a kind of stereotypical categorization of people today, and how those two entwine and maybe kind of help to develop each other. So, yeah, there are just a few examples.
So has Estonia maybe been a matriarchy?
Well, you never know. At some stage, it really depends how you define matriarchy. But it's quite obvious then that when men were hunting, fishing, or going to crusades or whatever somewhere abroad, someone had to stay home and take care of everything. And it's well known that, for instance, keys, meaning the power in the home area, is always related to women. So they were in charge of that.
Yes, but of course, women warriors seem very encouraging when we think about today and equal opportunities. So, well, Maili Wilson, what about you? In political studies, have you noticed that gender is an important focus?
Well, I think absolutely. I mean, political science or international relations, I would say that this is a horizontal issue, no matter which topic that you're actually studying. So I was just trying to think in terms of what our department does and where does gender come in, and just a few examples. You would have social movements, or, for example, social movements in Russia. How do Russian women try to still use this Me Too movement in order to fight for their rights in an authoritarian regime like Russia? Or let's take what also Kristen has been doing, and other colleagues at the department, where they analyze basically the e-services, public e-services provided by the government. And one thing that we really would like to investigate further is actually how men and women use e-services differently, and what do they actually expect from these e-services, because they are supposed to make our lives easier, and this could be especially helpful, I mean, for women until they have this bigger caring workload. So just an example. My own research, well, as a PhD student, I have been dealing with different things. My own focus is on European Union foreign policy, and we know that the EU itself pays a lot of attention also in terms of development cooperation and in all kinds of matters to also bring this gender dimension to the fore. And more recently, I'm just a colleague of mine, and we wrote an article together thanks to a fascinating research project that we're having, which investigates national identity in Estonia and Russia. We just recently finished an article which studies how women writers in Estonia, Estonian-speaking and Russian-speaking, what do they write about? So what kind of fiction they write? How do they represent different national groups there? how do they represent women of Russian-speaking women, or how do they represent Estonians? What is the contrast? So actually, as a matter of fact, this is very interesting, and as all previous presentations have shown us, I mean, it really has lots of contact points with all other things. I mean, the gender is only one thing, but when you cross the, I don't know, social class or all other aspects, then all these come into play, and they influence each other actually.
Yes, so we come to this intersectionality, what was talked about thoroughly in Raili Marling's presentation, and which is more and more popular in Estonian social science research also. So thanks. We come back to IT, which is really a crucial field when promoting gender equality, and one tool has been said that women should be attracted more and more to IT, to study IT, and it was also raised the question here by somebody who asked about how to bring more girls to IT, and that they could contribute also and have those better careers and better salaries also. So what is your key to maybe education system? How could we bring more girls to IT?
So it's very difficult to intervene at the university level through the admission adjustment requirements or anything like that. It's virtually, I mean, tangibly, I would say it's impossible. I mean, these processes start much earlier, as it was said in one of the presentations earlier as well. And I think what you really need is a change in culture, that IT, engineering, and all these alleged hard sciences are should be as popular for girls as for boys. And I think good examples are a good friend of mine, Taavi Kotka, is doing a fantastic job with his unicorn squad, only admitting girls to study fairly early on, but to the more sophisticated levels as well, robotics. And by this, not only engaging a large group of girls across the country, but sending a very powerful message to local communities who can take up the initiative and then further scale. So I think these are the kinds of examples that you have to be creative to tackle the problem.
Yes, Taavi Kotka probably, he has a daughter, and then he realized the issue, two daughters, so he realized the issue that some doors are kind of closed for girls. They are not closed, but girls do not enter those rooms.
Oh, he has two sons as well.
Yeah.
Even better then.
So, but then it's good that persons, IT gurus like Taavi Kotka, has done something to improve this gender problem in IT field, which is really influencing a lot of things in those girls' futures. So if they learn IT, they can choose many professions. But I'll go further with the knowledge what you have gained including gender research in your areas, and I put a second question for you. Who needs this knowledge where gender aspect has been important? So do you feel that somebody needs this new knowledge in your field where there's more nuances of gender, of other categories of intersectionality? So is there any need for gendered knowledge? Have you realized, maybe in political science? We'll start from Maili.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Just the example, because all these things have can have very practical, can translate into very practical also policy considerations, right? So in order, if we understand what kind of services we need to provide, then this can also, in turn also help to create a more equal society, for example. Or, to take another example, if we study some sort of conflict management and how are women, we see it basically every day now in the media. So what does it actually mean to be a vulnerable group in the middle of all these really, really extreme events? So in that sense, I think it's crucial, even I would say, to understand what actually works and what needs to be done in order to raise this equality. Just to briefly come back to what I have been now studying, and if we kind of take this intersectionality debate and place it also in the context of different ethnicities or citizens, the issue of national identity. This is again a broad issue in the Estonian context about the society and how segregated or close we actually are. So these have very practical implications.
So you have felt that there is a need from the society
absolutely
for this knowledge. Yes. What about archaeology? Is it just nice to have, or do you feel that people want to know about our gendered history?
Yeah, I think, I hope it's both. In many ways, history and archaeology is nice to have, it's part of our identity as well. But on the other hand, in terms of practicalities, for instance, we can talk about, in terms of our alchemy group and what we are doing here in Tartu is, to understand, for instance, the dietary practices and their relevance to gender-based kind of food practices and consumption and how it affects your health and the diseases or kind of your health problems that you go through in your life, so that today we can learn from the past how to make better food choices, for instance, and how does the limited access to certain food types can affect your overall well-being. And again, here it's not only so much about the gender, but again the intersectionality coming in terms of, for instance, the availability of food for non-adults, children, babies, how it affects their overall well-being, vitamin deficiency, so on and so forth. So all of this, I think it has quite practical implications as well. And then, learning from the past is something we all ought to do. It's just like sometimes we just forget to do it, and this is what the current political situation is actually exemplifying really, really clearly as well. It's like learning from the past.
Yeah. So we can learn from the past and then do the same mistakes actually, but or learn and behave better. But in chemistry and biology, so I think there's a huge need if the gender aspect will be included in research of cells, or just could you reflect on it?
If you excuse me, maybe I jump a little bit to researchers who are studying this biology or toxicology, or because I have been devoted also to, let's say, fair treatment, equal treatment. Through these years I have been also in ETAC bodies and way back. And I, as in my laboratory, this is already a work, there are mostly females, because the topic is this kind, and the students we are getting, PhD students, they are mostly females. At the same time, on other laboratories in my institute, National Institute of Chemical Physics and Biophysics, KPFI in Estonian, so there are physicists, the 2 laboratories full of men, and then we are 2 laboratories mostly full of women. So we have this kind of sort of segregation, but that is due to the who are studying this, and maybe it will not stay like that. But what I want to say is that as we all live once, I think so, we serve fair treatment, equal treatment, and as in our society half of the taxpayers are women, I think their voice must be heard, they must be treated well, and as they are highly educated, we have so much women with high education and with PhDs, there is like 50-50, and I think they serve also opportunities to go to the upper top without being stopped by this so-called glass ceiling, yeah. And I think that is our resources must be efficiently used. It is also the state money, it is also use of the clever girls, like for going to IT, not being afraid that it is not for them, yeah. We need role models. Much has been changed by 15 years. We have seen female president already, and we see currently a female prime minister. We look over the Gulf of Finland, and we see a lot of capable women ruling the country and doing it very well. So I think much has been changed, and I think the fair play and equal treatment very important. In the nature, everything will go by natural selection and so on, but biological diversity, we know that bioloogiline mitmekesisus currently we are talking everywhere, but I think that even in my lab, I try to get so many men as possible as students to have this biological diversity. And I think that is also important, not only to lift heavy things, yeah, but that's, you know, some...
Yes, we come to...
Okay, so if you excuse, I will not go to biology, yeah?
Yes, I just will go to gender equality, politics and institutions in our next question. We still have some time. So, but this diversity of researchers and research interests, you see that gender means.
Absolutely.
Yes, so people can still have kind of gender focus on life, and they choose their themes and bring more aspects.
There is not so many women who will go to theoretical physics.
Still,
definitely. And when you see an integral or like a whole desk full of mathematical equations, it is scary even for men. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So, all right. There was a huge gender stereotype there, but
absolutely.
Esther, yeah.
No, I just wanted to follow from this. That actually, you know, that the people who are doing research in some kind of field, there is certainly some kind of gender-related interest. For instance, in my field, so studying and understanding ancient feeding and weaning practices, you know, when do women stop breastfeeding? I think 95% of the work has been carried out by women themselves, and I kind of understand that as well. But it is important knowledge how to actually, you know, approach this, and again learn from the past or understand better how the kind of family planning or kind of raising kids, how it took place. So exactly this, like having the biological diversity in your group or in the field is very important, because those people pick the topics and subjects, and otherwise it will be just a very one-sided approach to, like, how did men fight, you know, something like this.
Yeah, sure. Marek, I would ask about your research on men. So do you feel that there's interest in the society for data and research about men?
Of course, yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, so it's so obvious for you as a gender researcher, but as far as I've been to conferences on gender, and there are then gender researchers who study men are also always a minority, and their message doesn't really go outside the academy.
That's exactly what was just said. I mean, look at the audience.
Yeah.
Look at the gender ratio, and I picking up from what you said, I would go to education. And all the questions about girls going to IT or not going or selecting, it starts from us having most of the teachers female. And that, I'm not saying that women do something wrong. That's not. It's just that there is no diversity. What Anna was saying, there is no diversity. Hence, there is no diversity of ideas, of approaches. It's just, you know, human nature. We need to have different kinds of people, different ethnicity, different gender, and so on, different ages, everything. And then you have a difference or variety in education, and all kinds of different ideas get supported, unless we are so strongly stereotypically inclined towards one, you know, right way of living, which we currently have, I must say, very, very strongly, and also including gender research. The right thing to do in gender research is to study gender pay gap and underrepresentation of women here, there, and elsewhere, and not to study men so much. I mean, this is not popular. So that it goes down to having this diversity, having this variety, and if we have that, then we get and it starts very, very early. It doesn't start in schools like the Unicorn Squad. It starts in the kindergarten, and we are having it at Narva College. We are having a project at the moment studying use of IT devices in the kindergarten, and it starts from there. If they get acquainted to using these devices, to using programming already at the age of 4 and 5 years old, it's natural for them later on.
Yes, so I also definitely think that men should be gendered in research. So they are very often taken as gender neutral norm, and then women are something who are like problematic, but men are the norm and not even named by their gender, but just a neutral norm. We have to come to gender equality politics in institutions, in academic institutions, because that's the second question of this large area of gender and academy. So, Christian, what do you think? Does academy need gender equality policies, or is it just breaking open doors in Estonia?
Well, it definitely needs. And coming back to the earlier question, who needs the studies in gender equality, or any kind of equality for that matter, are the institutions first and foremost, because we haven't been historically particularly good in looking at these or being attentive to these issues. And I think this is a great example of how fundamental research in gender equality has now transferred. I mean, we talk about tech transfer a lot, you know, getting a useful model out of some laboratory. I mean, Annu develops a toxicological, solution to an issue, and then we scale it to commercialize it. Gender equality studies go through exactly the same process. We study it at the fundamental level, and then institutions take it up, implement the policies. Tartu University has worked for more than a year by now, by looking at what we've learned, combining it with the directions received, the push received from the European Commission through this very project around which this conference is built. And we have gone through a long, I'd say a rather inclusive process by consulting with our scholarly community, the administrators. How can we best tackle? What are the best policies in place? I mean, Marek has participated in that, and a number of people. So this has a very clear and tangible impact on how university deals with equality issues and gender equality among them. We have set very specific 4 goals that we want to achieve by 2025. We have allocated resources and agreed on a set of activities that need to be taking place. And third, we've come up with the performance indicators to figure out what is the impact of the things that we do, so we actually get results. So I think we are on pretty good ground to improve the situation, and absolutely, I mean, it can only work if you have a fundamental understanding how the process, the phenomenon works, and you have the policy push to get it done.
Sure. It sounds really great in Tartu University, which I also attended once in 80s, and it was very far from any acknowledging of gender equality, although we had kind of Soviet gender equality. Yes, Marek, Narva College, do you think that it needs some kind of really gender equality politics in academy to just look at the committees and careers and...
as Kristen was saying, the policy can start the process, and I mean, we need the process of discussing these issues, and we need maybe some better understanding where our problems are. So we need some kind of study. The process can be kind of a study of its own, or a part of the study, because we have different kinds of issues probably in every institute or university or college, and I would personally divide them in three categories. Some are structural problems, and these are actually quite easy to solve, and their policy comes into play. The others are stereotype problems, and these are very difficult. And of course, my college, Narva College, is in an area which is very, very conservative in their ideology or thinking, and the stereotypes are very strong in the society there, and that comes with students to college as well. And third are individual things, and that it was often discussed here today. Is it individual responsibility, or is it structural kind of problems? Do we have a glass ceiling, or people just don't want? And I see everything in my work. I see some structural problems. I can work with gender pay gap. This is something I can do, but I cannot make a person go to do a PhD if he or she doesn't want it, simply does not want. And I have several very bright women working who just do not want. They have their own goals, which are set on a way below where the glass ceiling could be. So and the same applies, of course, to men as well. They have different goals as well. And not everybody wants to become a professor or to have an academic career. And yeah, you can work with people to an extent, but I mean, if they really genuinely do not want, why would you push them? I mean, you cannot really make them want something always. So these and understanding these kind of problems would help leading a college a lot.
Yes, we have lots of questions waiting in Slido, but I still go to younger researchers and women, and about women not setting high goals. Have you met this issue, and what about gender equality policies? Could encouraging women be one work area?
Absolutely. I think, I must say again, and I'm glad to say, I'm very proud of being affiliated with the University of Tartu and our gender equality plan being there, and I've contributed to some extent to that as well. I think it's, in my mind, I think the first step is actually to have the data. You know, at the moment we have some kind of data about gender equality or inequality. So we have some idea about, the positions and representation of different genders in like professorship or researcher. We start, but don't really fully have like the pay gap thingy. We don't really, we know it, but it's not publicly available. So it's getting there. But then there are those subtle things which affect the life of young female scholars, but actually young male scholars as well, with small kids and stuff like that, like meetings after 6 o'clock, which can be tricky, like long weekend seminars somewhere else, like office space. I don't know if any of you has seen the movie Picture a Scientist. If you haven't, I highly recommend to watch it. It was released in 2020 and it's available in Netflix. Sorry for making this advert, but I watched it, and there it was just so obvious. You realized actually measuring with a measuring tape in 1990s how much lab space was available for female researchers in comparison with males and male professors. It was astonishing. Like, really? Having your own office, for instance. Some females don't have it, and some males have it for years. So those small things. But again, I think we have to start with a bigger kind of overview and the data, and have this basic or the basis also from the institutional level. This is an issue. These are the problems that we want to tackle, and then it's possible to move forward from this.
Yeah, sure. Office is not a small thing, actually. Yes, but we have lots of questions from Slido, so we will continue taking those questions if you could have them. All right. So Anna and Esther, could you share your experiences of the obstacles young female scholars, researchers face in your field? Which strategies are used to assist them? Yes. Miley hasn't really, it's probably for Miley,
well, I can just say, because I also wanted to bring in, because I was a member of this research team about the study of gender equality in Estonian academia, which Helen presented earlier, and just on behalf of my interviewees, the PhD students, the junior researchers that we talked to and whom we interviewed, I would perhaps highlight a couple of things. Also by way of offering problems and solutions, so interlinked. So what kind of what experiences there are depending on the research field. There are of course a variety of experiences, especially if you're in hard sciences. It's astonishing actually how much still women PhD students what are their experiences, and how much stereotypes there still exist. But so 3 keywords: awareness or lack of awareness about gender equality. So kind of recognizing the situations, trying to understand, is this a situation of gender inequality that I'm experiencing right now? And people don't really understand that. And this is something that the Gender Equality Action Plan can probably help everybody realize that to recognize these situations. Then the thing which we really talked a lot about in the across the interviews was the point of role models. Now, and I cannot actually stress this enough. And it doesn't only concern women, but of course, if you get to more extreme cases, then obviously, yes, women in hard sciences that are doing professors that have their own research groups, and then who are really the persons to look up to, and also not only in terms of kind of just doing research, but also how do they balance their life their private life and their work life, and how does that work? It's extremely important. I mean, it's also the same for social science and humanities. If you have in certain subfields where men are then the minority, then also it's important to have these male role models. So in that sense, again, this diversity, what Marek mentioned, this is exactly the case that it's so everybody who has ever supervised a PhD student, this is tremendous responsibility, I would say, for all of those that it really matters. And maybe just maybe I'll stop here and and let others speak as well.
Yeah. So do the existing grant schemes and competition-centered uniculture nudge you to research gender related topics? So do you feel that the grant schemes and competition-centered uniculture nudge you to research gender-related topics? Yes, I think it's a question for Esther. So do you feel that you are encouraged to research gender-related topics?
To be honest with you, not really. I don't. There are certainly specific schemes which are more kind of tuned towards gender-related research questions, but in general, I don't think it's not as hip thing to do as climate change, for instance, or something like that. So from my personal experience, I haven't really, this hasn't come across in this way.
But you can do it.
But yeah, that's the thing. If you want to, you can do it.
In ETAC schemes, there is absolutely no restrictions on topic.
Yeah.
You choose whatever topic you apply. If it is good, it's good.
Yeah. So you have been evaluating a lot of programs. You can really encourage people to.
No, I have not seen on this our ETAC table so much gender research, like gender.
But maybe we need like more focused competitions or grant schemes.
A special scheme maybe to promote it. Why not? Because there are. It is to Karin Jaanson. Is she here? I don't know. Yeah. But currently all this research is already now welcome. But maybe really this Rita was a special topic in a way, but it could be continued.
Marek.
Yeah, it wasn't long ago when European Social Fund funded several programs on gender, both kind of applied programs and promoting equality programs, but also some research, and this was very, very successful. I mean, that's where we learned, or publicly learned about our gender pay gap, so that basically every Estonian now knows what we talk about when we talk about gender pay gap. So yeah, you can have it.
So competitions help, and you feel that there's lots of competitions and special schemes already available.
If you have a special program like this, this can be used very well to draw attention to something that could be a gender issue.
Okay, yes. So how much do you think about your own position or background and how it influences your research interests and research approach? Maybe Anne.
Oi. Background, your research interest. I think it has nothing to do with gender, this question.
Yes, so your research interests were gender neutral.
That has nothing to do with gender. So, but as it was for role models, if I may, as I am academician, So recently we made a small subgroup within the academy of female academicians. And just I can point you 4 names, I think they are all role models in a way, who we were just sitting together in Toompea in Kohtu 6 and discussing first time, like getting acquainted, and we started like an action to write a small announcement to Ukraine refugees who have come to Estonia and to fish with amongst them they are mostly women with academic background, and to help them to network. But I can tell you currently four academicians: Anu Realo, Tiina Randma-Liiv, myself, Maris Laan, Maarja Kruusmaa, Krista Fischer, Ene Erkma, Anu Raud. And as we were chatting there was one interesting thing, what all this, we just were discussing, and there was one interesting thing. They said, when my children were small and I went to some foreign country or conference, my mother came with me to help to sit with the babies or to sit with the children. And then we came out that this kind of support could be created for these young parents. They could be men or women who otherwise cannot go somewhere, because not all we have mothers or I don't know whom available.
Yeah, sure. It's sharing care work and care responsibilities, and also academy as a provider for care services could be really a simple and working solutions, because academics some have to work at 6 where kindergartens close, or go to seminars outside their hometown for a weekend to be on board, as it is fashionable to say. And yes, and the one question is about care work. Often kids are the base for an unjust treatment. Are there cases where females with kids discriminate females with no kids, having forced to do extra work? So can we put the question like that?
Yes. Equal treatment must be equal.
Yeah. Yes, and also I think that the solution what academy can provide, those care facilities could solve also this inequality for females who yet do not have kids or have chosen not to have kids are loaded with extra work. We have to conclude. So for final words, everybody has a minute. So, Kristen.
Well, maybe two things. I think first it's important to recognize that we've already come a long way in not closing but minimizing, making the gap smaller, not only in wages, which is considerable. In the past 10 years, it's about around 10 percentage points. We're still leading the European Union in terms of the observed gender wage gap, but it has diminished by about 10%. And I think it is important. Second is to really try to systematically address the structural causes for it, because I think while we all do this, for my generation, I don't think it's really a problem. It's maybe it is. I don't know. I don't see it that much, but I think you need to have structural motives and incentives in place so that it is impossible to not be aware of the problem, not be encouraging, only males being promoted and applying to decision-making bodies, not, for example, having these ex officio rules in place that whoever professors in the university gets an appointment automatically ex officio in one of the decision-making bodies. Thereby amplifying all. So the importance of structural interventions is really important while recognizing our own individual role, fighting the stereotypes and all of that.
Good. Marek.
Yeah, maybe picking up from there. There are so many nice facts actually that Tartu University actually made the pay gap public for several years. Then we stopped for some reason and haven't done it for a couple. And now it's becoming public again. And when Triin was saying that we maybe don't talk enough about pay gap. We talk about pay gap, I think, really a lot, and it kind of worries me that we mostly talk about pay gap. Maybe we should talk about some other things, more like stereotypes. And I'm worried about stereotypes more than about pay gap, because I think pay gap emerges from the stereotype in a way. Taking a position of head of a college for a moment, I'm sorry to say that in a way, so I was thinking today here. I mean, gender issues are not really top priority for a head of a college. I'm sorry to say that, but then again, all kinds of misconduct and all kinds of unequal treatments are very high, and that includes gender issues. So we maybe should not take gender away from other equality questions that we have, and pay attention to the whole system, including intersectionality, where we have maybe the biggest problems or highest peaks of problems emerging.
Yeah, so combine other categories, so you get the intersectional approach
and look at the equal treatment as a whole, as the main goal, and gender equality is one aspect of that, not a separate issue in a way.
Sure.
I would like to mention that I very much agree with Christian Vassiljev about that, how important it is to have a normal balance in decision-making bodies, because everything starts from this place where you can vote. I just checked that in Tartu University Council it is almost for 50-50, and I think it is quite a nice proportion given your employees and students. And I think that is important, and biological diversity, and I think this gender equality plan is also good, that now we have to have it, at least to map what is the situation.
Yes.
Yeah, again, I start with this, like, we are praising the concept of open science and open data, so let's start to praise the concept of open work life or open arrangements in our work life in the same way, and transparent processes of how people are elected or how rooms are divided or whatever. Then we can build a strategy to improve something and start taking actions. But besides that, we have talked a lot about role models and maybe like the mentoring schemes that I think are actually crucial as well to kind of encourage females to try to reach the higher positions at least. I think there's a lot we can do even at home, not even a school level, but really at home level. What do we tell to our kids and how we appear at home? What is a task meant for women and for men? So from very early onwards, I think it's crucial to start kind of breaking down those stereotypical perceptions of what a girl should be. No, she doesn't have to be beautiful. She might be smart or very active, that's as good. So those things, and maybe just a kind of task for everybody, if you would like to take that, think of the things that you do at home that might help to tear down those stereotypical gender walls.
Sure. So tearing down the walls. And Raili.
Just two points to make here by way of conclusions. I think indeed this project has nicely pushed the discussion on gender equality. I don't know if we have come a long way yet, but I think we at least have made a very good start, and now we can really start implementing these things. What we didn't spend so much time on in this panel was actually higher education. We spoke about research, but I would say that higher education and teaching also came out from our project, which is also very important. And this is again something where this which helps to reproduce these some of the inequalities. But I would like to end maybe with a positive note from our project that we did did, and that's the fact that so we had interviewees across disciplines, across universities in Estonia, also Estonians and foreigners, and still, there is value to academia, and kind of the main keyword is the flexibility that it already provides. So whether you're able to do research, at what time you're able to do it, a bit choose your time. You can be very flexible still with all the caveats involved, but it does allow much more flexibility than in certain private, in companies or in private sector. So there is actually value, and I think both men and women can appreciate that, and this is something we shouldn't lose in academia.
Yes. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, panelists. You have presents also for your input. So, and yes, you will get the presents, and then there's time for conclusion. It has been a long day, and it's very nice of you to find time sitting here or listening by online. So I would like to present also Piret Räni, who has been drawing the whole day and giving some pictures and images on gender equality problems. So please go and look what Piret Räni has been doing the whole day. So yes, so there's lots of ideas, and it's all about your presentations and new ideas what she created during the day. So I wish every institution whom you represent and every academic and friend of academic to keep an eye on gender equality issues in your institutions, to read and study gender materials, because it really gives a fresh viewpoint to your research area if you haven't done it yet. So, and intersectionality is a hot thing, so include that to your research projects. And I think all the organizers have done it very well. The technical stuff has been marvelous. We didn't have any technical problems. Everybody was online in time, and all went very nicely. So thank you, Merili, for organizing the event, and Karin from Research Council. So thank you very much. So thank you. Goodbye.